So now you get to see the game. So, last time we entered this world in the northern areas. And we are on the desolate island. And we did a little bit of talking to people, but that's pretty much it. Now we're gonna do the puzzles. And Melville's reaction was to this. Like I was trying to explain, they were standing there on that spot, but in the first game we had the recording to help us out. Here we have a copy of ourselves that we can somehow mind meld with. So technically we still have a copy of ourselves, just in different terms. Instead of a recording, it is a real copy of ourselves. The question is, who is the real you? It's the real me all the time. It's just the body is that I take over, but the mind is still the same. It's like it sends my mind to the other copy. The other copy is just a still body with nothing in it. Please keep discussion of the alleged presence of the founder at the site of megastructure confined to this thread. I'm still in shock. I wasn't sure the founder was still alive. Of course she is, and now that we have reached the completion day, she has sent us her sacred messengers. It could still be aliens pretending to be the founder. It's not aliens, and if Prometheus and Pandora are her sacred messengers, why has one apparently chained the other? The day of her return is imminent. So now you agree that Byron was right on to want an expedition. In fact, it was the founder's will all along. And when you said it would be wrong to even consider going to the island, you were acting against the founder. Your word games aren't going to help you when the founder returns, Aurinia. Thekla is the zealot that is taking care of that one with the words from the founder. She is a complete zealot. It was wonderful to hear Athena's voice again, but with all the emotion inherent in this matter, we should be careful not to get swept away. We don't really understand anything yet. I can't help but wonder, if Miranda is her daughter, was Athena trying to start a new civilization? Did she abandon New Jerusalem? It's conceivable. She was always a leader. Maybe she just wanted to experience something private. She would never abandon New Jerusalem. I got a feeling she wanted to experience something private. A valid point. She had enormous responsibilities from the very beginning, and while we were a family, she had too many burdens to ever have a private life of her own. I understand your point, but why leave Cornelius behind then? That's none of our business. Fair enough. Alcatraz? No, Yakut.
Miranda is the founder's daughter. It's still kind of blowing my mind. She came all the way out here, left everything she had behind, and created a new life. Why do you think she did that?
Because creating new life is beautiful? To help her with her secret project? Perhaps she was lonely? Don't have a clue. I mean, all of them are valid points.
Miranda is certainly amazing, at least from what she sounds like. I can imagine that it must feel very special to be her parent. On the other hand, we're not like ancient humans. We're not born as babies. Would you have preferred to have a family?
I prefer to prepare this for myself, as some guidance would have been nice, and Byron sort of took me under his wing. Yeah, Byron became kind of a father figure.
He did, didn't he? He remembers what it's like to be part of a family. The first companions were everything to him.
I wanted to ask you about something else. How are you feeling?
I'm not sure, to be honest. This is all so surreal. Walking around here is so peaceful, but it's also, I don't know. One moment I feel inspired, the next, kind of creeped out.
Why is the northern part of the island mostly underwater?
Our ancestors relied heavily on fossil fuels for energy generation, which released a lot of carbon dioxide. This caused the atmosphere to trap more heat, which changed the planet's overall climate. The effect continued even after they were gone, and these low-lying areas were flooded. I've seen a lot of places like that.
See, there's the true nature of global warming. Did you ever meet the founder?
No, I never did. I would have loved to.
Have you changed your mind about trying some puzzles?
Nope.
Did you make the... What did you make of the megastructure's interior?
You know, people throw around the word awesome a lot. I probably do it too, but I think what we saw in there is the proper meaning of the word.
That's all. Bleh. Leg up. Hey, better get in.
Any further insights on the particle clouds, Melville?
To be honest with you, Byron, I feel like a caveman trying to study Bose-Einstein condensate. I'm seeing unknown particles whose every property violates the laws of physics, apparently capable of being controlled and recombined into just about anything. It's ridiculous.
Maybe someone in New Jerusalem can figure it out.
Sure, just give them another 1,000 years.
Yeah, it feels like it's something that you don't solve in a couple of minutes. Huh. Thanks for the help, you. Oh, Melville.
Wonka, I've been watching you solve these puzzles and
And?
this body replication tech. It's incredible.
Uh-huh.
It just casually blows up the very foundations of our society.
You're right, this is revolutionary.
You can say that again. Making even just one of us is bloody hard. We're not like toasters. You don't just weld together a couple of wires and a motherboard and call it a day. Not to mention how hard it is to even find some of the materials. And this thing just, poof, new human.
But the goal was to stop at 1,000, wasn't it?
It was. Or was it? And even if it was, sorry to be heretical, but does it matter?
If we can figure out how this works, we can finally, easily create more people. We can grow. We can expand. We can build a real civilization.
Byron?
Isn't that worth pursuing?
It's our cosmic duty to spread consciousness. Or spread like a disease. Maybe there is some point where there's enough people, but this is not it. Maybe there are legitimate reasons to limit the population. This is very dangerous. We decided to limit ourselves for a reason. I don't really have an opinion about this. Maybe there is some point where there's enough people, but this is not it.
Look, yes, large amounts of people can cause problems. But even the problems they cause are interesting. Because without people, the world is boring.
Very
I'm
true.
not even saying there isn't some planetary limit. But I've done the maths. It's in the high billions, not a measly 1,000. Anyway, we all need to think about what this means. Glad you and I are more or less on the same page.
Alright, I'll get back to work. Now, where did Byron go?
This body replication technology is proof of just how vital this expedition is. We may not know how it works and what its limitations are, but the technology itself isn't even what really matters. What matters is to expand our imagination, to realize that other futures are possible. I'm glad you see it that way too, 1K. After all, the world is better with you in it, isn't it?
I don't know, you kind of just walked away from me. I'm not sure if you were really talking to me or not. Experimented with the mind transfer body replication tech. The founder appears to have developed a technology that prints new bodies using those particle clouds that we're already familiar with. These bodies come with a protocol for instantly transferring the user's mind. I cannot sufficiently underline how mad this is. The implications would be breathtaking if we breathed. There seem to be a number of safeguards. So far I've not been able to get this tech to work outside the puzzles. I did manage to sort of make sense of the mind transfer protocol, however, and I'm uploading all the data I've collected. It will need to be studied extensively before it can be used, but I can think of a lot of potential applications. What really grinds my gears, though, is how casually it's all deployed. It takes us ages to make a new body, and here there's a whole bunch of them doing no more than holding up platforms or stacking on pressure plates. Is this all a joke?
Hello, 1K.
What do you think about the body replication tech?
It seems like something that could very quickly get out of control. You know that saying about good intentions? If we can solve problems by just making more people, how long before people just become a problem-solving tool?
Frogs are people too, you know. Stupid Alcatraz. Ah, this is where the bridge is. Alright. Gotta remember that it's all the way to the top. So that was all of them up here. Next, we need to go down. If I could remember where the stairs down are.
Yes?
Did you ever meet the founder?
Of course I did. She and Cornelius were both there when I was born. Neath was just starting to take over back then, and they were still showing her the ropes.
What was the founder like?
Busy. There was always another problem to solve. Did you know that she never upgraded her body? Always prioritized everyone else. That's the kind of work ethic I wish more people had.
I agree, but there also needs to be space for other things in life.
I suppose so. For me, living is doing. But I understand that other people have more varied needs.
Do you ever crave companionship?
I've never felt the need for a partner as such. I've met a lot of people who do. Athena and Cornelius, Atal and Damien, Sarabai and Hypatia. But that's not really for me. So far, at least. But I do have social needs like anyone. What I like is a pleasant buzz of humanity. Not too close, not too far. Something I can be part of without having it get in my face all the time.
Could these visions affect my mind?
The data stream overloads? Yes, they could. There are safeguards to prevent that from happening, but these aren't exactly carefully controlled circumstances. It's hard to predict. Our brains are absurdly complicated, which is why it's so hard to make more of us.
Hey, Bogats. Why do you think the founder left New Jerusalem?
Maybe she just got sick of things breaking all the time.
Now that would be you. So what exactly can these particle clouds do?
As far as I can tell, anything, which is insane.
How do you feel about Mayor Herman's policies?
I used to think it was the only safe way forward. Keep things simple and under control. Now I'm not so sure that ever made sense.
We talk to them all the time, Bobcats. These four are always with us in the expedition. Byron, Alcatraz, Melville, and Yakut. And we can talk to them every now and then, when there's a topic to talk about. What do you think about Miranda?
She's so innocent and full of wonder, it should make me want to retch, metaphorically speaking. But I'll admit, she's sort of charming.
That she is. I should get back to work. I got puzzles to solve. Puzzles to solve, Easter eggs to find. Oh! I still will probably never use the quantum locker. High ground. High ground. Huh. 2. Alright. Let's see what's happening here. So you... Up, up. No, wait. Did it in the wrong order. So now It should be... That should be at the bottom. So you need to move here. So what do you use the quantum for? Well, there's nothing else here. It's still not enough. It's almost like I'm missing something. What am I missing? Alright. Here you go, all of text. And I'm focusing on the puzzle anyway, so... Huh. Yeah. I mean, that kind of does work that way then. Yeah. The first three were easy. This is not. I don't see anything else on the ground around here to pick up. So it really is the box, the platform, and us three. I mean, that would work if I could make a jump. I don't get it. Alright, so that is invisible. As a phantom object. Yeah, I can, but the problem is, how do I switch to the other person to do the other jump? I can't just switch it while I'm jumping. This puzzle gives me a headache. Yeah. I can't put this on top of it like that because it will slide off. It has to be held. can't reach that. Yep. I'm just trying something. I don't think this will work, but I mean, it's pretty much still the same situation as before. We're not high enough. I really don't see anything. Oh! You son of a bitch! What a hiding place. Ta-da! There was another platform, but it was on the ledge, up here. Clever girl. There we go. I don't know how I did not notice it before, but there it was. Just waiting for me. Body replication. The technology discovered by the expedition changes everything. Every argument about how hard it is to get access to the resources necessary to create more of us goes out the window. We can't create more people. 1K doesn't have to be the last. And it would be easy. Are we really going to give up just because of the goal? Energy doesn't just come from nowhere. We have no idea what the real cost behind this technology is. Besides, the goal is an ideal, not just a limit we ran into it by accident. It is the will of the founder. Yeah, right. It's not necessary to share a personal belief in the founder to understand the value of the goal. It's clear to all but the most radical that humanity needs limits for its own sake and for the sake of the planet. You say that as if was self-evident. It's not. You're smuggling a whole host of misanthropic ideas into the conversation under the disguise of reasonableness. Your premises are completely rotten. I believe the results of human history speak for themselves, and I find it shocking that anyone would disagree with something so obvious. Shocking that anyone would value human beings and think that maybe our ancestors could have solved their problems using their brains instead of preaching misery for all. That maybe there is some point in blaming other factors beyond technology and growth. Like, I don't know, people in positions of authority preaching their self-important morality instead of trying to solve ordinary people's problems. Authority are just academic. That's completely disingenuous, and you know it. Your clique has the mayor's ear. Clique? I assure you, there's no such thing. This conversation is getting out of hand. If you can't behave, I'm shutting this thread down. These conversations are necessary, they should not be banned. This conversation is irritating, but should be allowed as a matter of principle. It would be best to close this thread until everyone calms down. Just take it to private. The life of a Reddit mod in the far future. Should not be banned. I mean, everybody needs to have their word out. These conversations are necessary, they should not be banned. Thank you, 1K. New Jerusalem is a democracy, and without free speech, democracy is a sham. A lovely sentiment, but you should try moderating this forum and see what it's like. If every conversation is allowed to explode, instability is guaranteed. We have to set reasonable limits on behavior. Thread closed. I mean, it's Jeremy. He is the assistant to the mayor, so of course he's gonna think like the mayor. Freedom! We need to start a revolution in New Jerusalem and tell Hermanubis to get the hell down. We need a new leader. He's doing a crappy job. Viva la révolution! Number 5. But are you alive? The gift. Is that the gift? I hope so. Well, you tell me. You're the viewer. For me, the game is just fine. There you are. Eh? I thought so, that was too easy. Never mumbo. Trust me. Never. If there's one thing in the world that I really hate, it's that song. So never mention it again, Bannikin.
I wasn't watching the stream, but well done, 1K.
Thanks, Yakut. Probably. Thanks, Yakut. These structures are just so impressive. I don't understand what possible function this structure could have, but it's really, really impressive. Hold on, could that be its function? Just to be impressive? You hate the weirdest things. No, I hate things that annoy me. And number 5 is a song that fucking annoys me. I've always hated that song. Always. Looks like a tethered Star Destroyer or something. To me, the first time I saw it, it was just a giant boot. But I do see also the Star Destroyer in it. And here we can see it a little bit better. See, it looks like a boot. Like a high-tech boot. Oh, I lost one. Yeah, right. Passing through. So why don't just carry the other one? There is a platform. Hey, it worked. And now we see the structure, what it looks like.
I can't imagine spending years in such a desolate place. For what? Science? Enlightenment? I'd much rather be back home in New Jerusalem.
I think it's beautiful in its own way. But I don't understand how our ancestors could survive here. They were so fragile. Imagine getting stuck out here in the cold. I wonder if there are wolves.
It's kind of a miracle biological humans lasted as long as they did.
You know, this also reminds me of the White Cities in the Long Bridge, or the outing of the White City in Lord of the Rings, where King Denethor, I think it was his name, played by John Noble, meets his end by jumping off of that, while the whole huge battle outside of the city continues. That's what it looks like to me, a little bit. Just painted all white. Then it would look, I mean, more snow, it'll look more like it. Yeah, Minas Tirith, as steward of Gondor, right, not king. I was like, he's not the king. I haven't seen the movies in a long time or read the book, so of course I don't remember. All I remember is he was played by John Noble from The Fringe and other good stuff. There's a lovely one of those new Jedi games that looks a bit like this. Are we climbing Mount Chiliad? It feels like it. Find my sprite and follow it until it leads you back to me. Alright, Prometheus. I've seen it a couple of times, but I still haven't seen the extended versions. Which is what I think of watching next time I watch the Lord of the Rings movies. I'm gonna finally see the extended versions. They're like over 3 hours per movie, so that's a lot of movie to watch. But I've always been interested to see the extra stuff, the extra scenes and such in them. Like, will the extra scenes make the movies better or something? I don't know. Only seen the standard editions of the first two, never seen Return of the King. Huh. Well worth those 3 hours though, I can imagine. I mean, at least I would imagine it would be. That's why I want to see them. I watched the Hobbit movies as well, was a little pissed about those. I am super pissed about them. They're completely unnecessary to be 3 of them. Hobbit is a short story. You can tell it in one movie, one long 3-hour movie. That's the whole Hobbit right there. Oh no, they had to put it in 3 parts and add a lot of shit that doesn't belong there. I didn't like the Hobbit movies. And well, let me say, the first movie, I did like it to a certain part, and the others... Is that why there were 3 films? Yes! Hobbit is not that big of a story. It's not like Lord of the Rings. Pretty much Hobbit is just one of the Lord of the Rings books. But they decided to make it a trilogy because Lord of the Rings was a trilogy. So why not the Hobbit as well? And they added stuff to it. Added! It was like they gave the double deuce to J.R. Tolkien. Like, yeah, we're changing your story. Fuck you. The actor who plays Bilbo holds up the entire movies, more or less. They're crap. Martin Freeman. Yeah, he's great as Bilbo. But that's the only good thing. Yep, milk it for all it was worth. Yep, and completely unnecessary. There's a lot of reviewers out there who hate the movies as well. It's like a double-edged sword. There's a lot of good things to love about it, but also everybody hates them in general. Hobbits were a cash grab of the truest kind, even if they were surprisingly loyal to books. Yep. I think Peter Jackson left because of the 3 films' demand and all that. I think so, yeah. On Cornelius. From the personal reminiscences of Mitku. And there are some people whose true importance you just don't notice at first. People who quietly hold things together without making a big deal of it. That's what Cornelius was. Always by Athena's side, he calmly and carefully helped us all stay on track. Reminding us of our shared humanity and the values that brought us to this far. I can't imagine how painful it must have been when Athena left him behind. When he went on his so-called research expedition, most people thought he went looking for her. To be honest, I thought he might never come back, and I was surprised when he finally did. I still don't understand how she could leave him. They seemed to love each other so deeply. After he returned, Cornelius was different. He founded a museum of the simulation and very rarely left its premises. The archive scholars doted on him, but he walled himself off, becoming almost as much of a recluse as Eustathius. And only then did I slowly understand how much the city had lost. I remember many years ago I wound up a hardcore Lore fan I knew by telling her Fellowship of the Ring was shit, because it just had probably ended without a resolution. Yeah, that's where the original book ended too, yeah. Then I wound her up even further by telling her some hack called Tolkien had ripped off the films by writing a fan fiction book. Needless to say, she wasn't impressed. I'm glad they dropped Bombadil and the Barrow Downs, as they did indeed were more of a feeling than anything essential for the story. That is true. I am also glad that Bombadil wasn't included in the movies. I still don't understand why Tom Bombadil is such a big, such a big fan base. He does nothing. He's just a weirdo, a happy weirdo who dances and sings and everything for the for our four heroes, and then he's never seen again. He's pretty much at the beginning of the whole story of Lord of the Rings, but I've tried to read through that part with Tom Bombadil, but I always get bored because nothing happens. He's just talk, sing, and what am I supposed to be singing? There's no music. It's just so stupid. And then he lets them off, and the journey continues. We never see Tom Bombadil ever again. Completely pointless. But that was Tolkien. He loved creating the world, so he created more characters, mystical ones, and he had all those genealogy trees and everything planned out. It's like, dude, I mean, that's the whole Silmarillion is nothing but that. It's genealogy trees. It's all stories about their past, and then their their descendants and their stories and all that. It's like, okay, cool. You really did your homework on your own freaking world. Your camera just plunged into darkness. That's because it is dark. It is time to go to Halloween. Or maybe I should do this. That's a little better, right? My thing was Harry Potter during that era. I mean, I did watch the Harry Potter movies myself, but not the biggest fan of them. But they were still entertaining. Never read the books. The One Ring had no power at all over him, but that's about it. Yep. Because everybody there's been so much talk about Tom Bombadil, why he's so important to the story. But he's not. Maybe he is a god of some kind. Who cares? Doesn't bring anything to the story anyway. Jokes aside, one thing I really admire about those old writers was their penmanship. They has such beautiful handwriting. I think that's fast becoming a lost art. Oh yes, it is. Because now we do everything. Pretty much nobody does this anymore. Hey, did you... I have not seen a single Harry Potter film or read any of the books. I have nothing against the IP, it just doesn't interest me. Yeah, that's completely fine. God appears and God is light to those poor souls who dwell in night, but does a human form display to those who dwell in realms of day. In the end, love is all we have, but if we love another being, we must through them love humanity itself. That's what it says. I just lost interest in stories where the protagonist of the monomyth is a kid. That trope is overused in my opinion. Whatever do you mean? It's not a trope in anime where every goddamn hero has to be a teenager. If there is a trope if there is a place where kids being the heroes is a trope, it's in anime and manga. Just pick up a story and the hero or heroine might be from years of 10 to 16. Always. a freaking child. Who needs a hero who's already 30 years old and has a lot of experience? Let's give it to some inexperienced people who are actually so powerful they cannot be stopped. I relearned cursive recently. Have almost got my handwriting as smooth as the Victorians did. Ooh, fancy. But that's also cool that you've actually done that. Like, what happened to adults? Are they not worthy? They die. That's the other trope. It's like Disney. Mothers are never around because the mothers are dead already. But with anime, usually the parents get killed very early on. Or the parents are extremely stupid. And also the adults are there, but they're like super old and they only can give you some words of wisdom, and then they showed off their prowess and die. Because they sacrificed themselves for the greater good. Dragon Ball is an exception. Yeah. Parents are alive and helpful in that one, yep. There are some stories where the parents are still around and they do help, but they are not that often. It doesn't happen that often. Dragon Ball Z is pretty much the only proper exception, because they do have the whole family thing going on there. And then again, Digi was not talking about Harry Potter with the adults and are they not worthy. We're still talking about the trope that kids are the main heroes. And their parents and adults are just... Parents are dead, adults are dicks. And all those tropes. Lots of orphans, or the adults are too busy farming and mining that they can't be bothered to save the world or something. Well, I wouldn't say Naruto is the same, because Naruto's parents are dead. But it's the memories of his parents that still, you know, guide him forward, kind of. I mean, also, there's also, like, we never see... I don't remember if we ever see Sakura's parents, or if we ever see... I mean, of course, we don't see his parents, because they're all dead. But there are a lot of, like, father figures. Oh yeah, Sakura's parents are not ninjas. And Sasuke's family is completely just... But there is still the Hyuga family is still around, and all the others have still their parents and everything. Although I don't remember if Lee had any family. Pretty much the teacher, can't remember his name, becomes his father figure. I mean, they wear the same freaking suit and everything. I remember watching Dragon Ball many years ago, where this one fight took up almost 2 weeks worth of episodes. They overdo it. Welcome to anime. That's what happens all the time. Like, especially with One Piece, one fight can last for not even 2 weeks. More like 2 months. That's like 6 episodes worth of one fight. Especially when it's the big boss fight. Those last for like 7 or 8 episodes. It's like, come on, defeat him already. We know you will. Don't get me wrong, it's perfectly okay if you like the stuff and more power to you. It's just not my cup of tea. Yeah. I mean, I know all the tropes about anime and all that, but still, I watched pretty much all of Naruto. I still watch One Piece. I enjoyed all of Bleach. There's a lot of tropes everywhere, but I still enjoy the medium. I enjoy anime. Although Dragon Ball Z is one that I never got into. I haven't watched a single episode of Dragon Ball. Of any kind. Now we know why Dark Souls bosses are the way they are. I mean, you have to be able to grow a beard during that fight or it's not a boss. And you start like, yay, I'm fighting the boss, finally I'm doing this. 2 weeks later, I'm still fighting him, but I will win this time. It's like, Billy grew up to a 90-year-old man in 2 weeks. What the fuck happened? He's playing Dark Souls. Oh, okay. Makes sense. I'm not a huge fan of anime. I like some of Studio Ghibli films, along with 1 or 2 other random films, and I did watch Death Note, but that's it. I mean, the films are their own genre of anime, and I do enjoy those films a lot. Because they're not like regular anime, they are their own story. They don't have the usual anime tropes in them. That's why they're more special. Especially Studio Ghibli, because they put a lot more thought into their stories and all that. The Prime Mover, excerpted from Considerations by Eustathius. While it is hard, from our vantage point, to fully believe in any of the ancient religions, I must admit that I have come to believe in the existence of a Prime Mover. Not a designer as such, certainly not an interventionist god, but some force that set the universe itself into motion. It's called the Big Bang. I do not know if it's possible for us to ever truly understand this being, since it must by definition exist outside our understanding of reality, but I do believe that it exists. Does it look upon us with love? Are we entertainment, perhaps? Does it preserve some memory of us when we die? All of this I cannot answer. But I do not disbelieve those who honestly speak of having experienced some matter of a brief communion with this entity. It's simply too common an experience in human history to easily discount. As the motion of the universe proceeds from the Big Bang, so whatever force animates us, whatever constitutes the true foundation of consciousness, proceeds from the Prime Mover. What do you think about this, Mother? I don't believe in any kind of Prime Mover, but I thought you should read it because Eustathius is an intelligent person and he came to this conclusion after a great deal of thought. It's important to respectfully consider points of view we don't agree with. I haven't seen Death Note at all. Oh yeah, live action anime usually sucks, but the One Piece live action is great. I really enjoy that. But then again, I'm a big One Piece fan, so of course I did. And I've heard that the Death Note movie is absolutely atrocious. They made everything wrong in it, so... To suggest to you, Goblin, being a Death Note fan, do not watch the live-action movie, especially the one on Netflix, because apparently it is horrible. From the book of annotated internet comments by Eustathius. If modernity is so great, why is everyone so fundamentally disappointed with the world? Why do we sigh with pleasure at the sight of old houses but feel nothing but depressed and alienated by skyscrapers? Why do we yearn for lush forests and wide plains and not narrow canyons between buildings? If we love all this technology so much, why is our idea of happiness to get away from it? Could it be that progress is just a story we tell ourselves to justify why we allow ourselves to be dominated by inhumanity and older forms of living have something to offer? It seems that many of us share this desire to immerse ourselves in nature. Though we are ourselves entirely technological beings, we enjoy and value the Earth's diverse and unpredictable biosphere. But does that mean that the progress is just a narrative, as this ancient commenter suggests, or does it mean that technological progression and love of the natural world are not in fact mutually exclusive? And yet this person was left on his own. Somewhere in the wilderness he would feel nothing but terror. The appreciation of nature is rooted in the experience of civilization, of safety. True, but he's still right. So much as what our ancestors created in their last years was alienating to the majority of people. That the question isn't one of modernity, but of control. A real negative Nancy in there. Hey, Tyr. A memory of Miranda. Or like Cassian's, hey, let's squeeze in 8 years or more of anime storylines into one movie and start from the middle moving backwards. No wonder most people lose the plot. Yeah, that's what they do. That is true. That they start the story like, hey, you should know these characters already. You don't? Well, let's go backwards a little bit and tell their backstories. Oh, the movie's over already? Oops. But there's no time to build anything because it's a shitty movie.
If we believe that life is inherently valuable, if we think that other species are worth preserving, and we recognize that most of the universe is barren, then it follows that we have a duty not only to defend life, but to spread it. If life is the most valuable thing in the universe, then perhaps, in a sense, the cosmos itself is depending on us to do this. Like birds carrying seeds to uninhabited islands. Maybe that's our role in the galactic ecology.
It kind of reminds me of AC Valhalla, the environment. Huh. Two-buddy problem. All right. Where are you at? Where did I leave the other one? Oh. Oh, a private message. It's been a long time since we got one of those. Rand. Humble greetings, number 1000. This is Rand. Our friend Doge has assured me you're of sound moral character, and your insightful analysis when we met in the city draws me to the same conclusion. Rand was the friend? Huh. If you don't remember Rand, he's the guy in the museum of simulation in front of the 3 computers. He wanted me to fix or check out the middle one that had the text adventure of saving the world. As I'm sure we share a commitment to moral life. This matter demands that I be forthright. New Jerusalem requires strong moral guidance. Your expedition only makes that more urgent. We must end the incessant debate over the ethics of the goal and focus on becoming the best people we can be. Life seems to be so complex, but I'm sure the answers are quite simple. Consider our species. Like our ancestors, we're just tubes with inputs and outputs, yet we run on code so complex that we barely understand it. But the answer is simple. Garbage in, garbage out. It's our moral duty to use our instinct for good inputs to correct the bad outputs. Now I'm with you so far? Good, because I have a great deal more to discuss with you. But first, I'd like to answer any questions you may have about me. Who are you? Where are you? Why are you? Where are you? In my laboratory at the museum. Lately I've been analyzing the connections between our information libraries and the birthing algorithm, but I'm yet to find the pattern. Who are you? I am one of the foremost scholars on the digital archives and the simulation which gave us life. Reading the code on which we run gives me insight which others lack on how we ought to live. Why are you? Answering that question is my life's work. We know our ancestors left behind a computer simulation with access to the archive and the hope it would produce true sentience. And we are now here and we are sentient. The real work is in filling in the gaps. But the more code we unravel, the more clear it becomes that we exist for a reason. I just want to know what you want with me. My studies prove that we as a species are no accident. We are the outcome of billions of years of careful machination. It is machination. I think that's how it's pronounced. It is my firm belief that the big questions have answers and that they're encoded into our very souls. Imagine objective answers to why we're here and how we ought to live. It would be the most important scientific and philosophical discovery of all time. A provable, practical moral code, literal code, which already exists within all of us, without which we could not function. And you and I could be the ones to describe it. I can't yet tell you why, but I've reason to think that the island holds the key to the puzzle. All I ask of you is that you stay true to your principles regardless the cost. So what do you say? Is the world a better place if we work together on this? Yes. Let's work together. I knew you were the one of the good ones. Well, usually there's a bit more of a ceremony when someone new joins the cause. Nothing fancy, just some test of your faith in some homegrown civilizations. But that will have to wait until you're back in the city. In the meanwhile, welcome to the Order of Uriel. Uriel, huh? Wait, is this some kind of secret society? Oh, absolutely. Most people can't begin to understand the complexities of our work, and some even seek to undermine it. One day, we will have answers we can share more widely, but until then, it's best we preach largely to the converted. Is there a secret handshake? Among scholars in the know, there's a phrase we found in the archive that we sometimes use to get one another's attention without exposing our meaning. Dark satanic mills. Are there others? Many of those who explore our code arrive at similar conclusions and share our ambitions, though I've studied the archive for longer than any. Be one with faith, my friend. You are not alone. Are there rules? Of course, but I trust you already are familiar with the crucial ones. Remember, it is not up to you or I to create the rules of morality. It's the rules of morality that create you and I. Thank you. Let's stay in touch. The thought really plickens. I'm actually mad at myself that I didn't do this the first time I played. This is fascinating stuff. The Order of Uriel? Or maybe I should be glad that I didn't do this last time on my own, because now I'm sharing it with you guys and we're all like, wait, what is this? It's all for the greater good, Mannequin. The greater good. Hey, Alcatraz, what are you doing all the way out here?
Everything okay?
I was asking that from you. What do you think about Miranda's idea that it's our duty to spread life?
Our ancestors thought they could introduce new species to existing ecosystems, and it never turned out well.
I don't think that applies to places where there is no life, like other planets.
There's no life there now, but you can't see the future. You might be wiping out a whole ecosystem that hasn't even gotten started yet.
That's all. Yet we have devices that let us know if there is life or not on a planet, you dimwit. That's why we would only target those with no life and bring life. Idiot. Ah, the Golden Gates. There's a Star Trek episode that would like to have an argument with you. I know. I mean, of course there would be. I mean, half of the Star Trek episodes are like that. I mean, pretty much that's what the whole freaking show is based on. But you gotta remember, I mean, one of the reasons why we should always check that if there is already life on the planet is the Prime Directive. Just observe. Don't interact. But if it's a planet that...
saying about how, in the end, the sea will claim everything. I have no doubt that this is true. In the long history of the human species, entire regions have disappeared under the waves. Places like Beringia and Doggerland still echo in our cultural memories.
Beringia,
We
Doggerland.
shouldn't forget that life began in the sea. We are the children of the sea. And it's not through floods and ruin that the sea will claim everything, but through us.
I think you should check your archives again. I don't remember Beringia or Doggerland. Chernyshevsky. Essays on humankind reaching adulthood. With alarming frequency, our mythological narratives conceptualize our separation from nature as a fall, a punishment for sinning, a loss of innocence, a decline from a golden age. We believe that a better state of humanity is possible, but insist that this state must be in the past. Yet our historical experience has been the exact opposite. For all the horrors of modern war, and they are considerable, relatively few people today have to suffer the unspeakable agonies that our ancestors went through on a daily basis. It is doubly ironic that we place our golden ages in the past, but very rarely ever consider what life was actually like for the people whose genes we carry. How cold they were, how hungry, how frightened of the cruelty of nature, what unspeakable pains they must have experienced when they were sick or injured, how many of their children had to lose, unable to help, begging the heavens for mercy and never receiving an answer. The past is a slowly receding tidal wave of grief. The battle for human emancipation is not yet won, and the path has been far from straightforward. Yet in but a few thousand years, we have eliminated a great deal of suffering that before must have seemed unavoidable and eternal. Some still suffer, their lives held at ransom by politics and economics, but at least now we know that a better world is truly possible, and it lies in the future. Doggerland was part of Dutch that drowned in the Great Lucia Day flooding in 1500s or so. The other doesn't ring a bell. Founding number 4. Day 132. We have had a bit of an incident today. Nothing major, but it still woke us all up. Sun was away from the camp alone, even though we had agreed that we should always go in teams, and she encountered a group of the herbivores that we saw on the first day. Cows, they were called. Apparently our ancestors kept them as livestock. Estethius says they squeezed them for liquid, but I find that hard to believe. But I digress. Sun encountered a herd, and just as predicted, the animals were passive at first, friendly even. Sun decided to abandon her survey to study them for a while, which went well until a group of wolves, formerly dogs, a type of pet, entered the clearing, causing a stampede. Sun is alright, the only minor scratches to the bodywork and a few torn wires, but it was a close call. I guess we'd gotten a little complacent, a little too comfortable. We'll have to be more careful from now on. This was founding 4. Come away, O human child, to the waters and the wild. Sounds familiar. Doggerland was the land strip that drowned in 5200 BC. Lucius Day flooding was something else. But still, 5200 BC? No wonder I had never heard of Doggerland. Our boy Trevor.
Now I have to talk science fiction for a bit because I love science fiction, but it drives me nuts. There's this cliche that shows up over and over, and every time someone uses it, everyone pretends it's really profound. It goes something like this. A scientist invents something good, but, oh no, it's actually really bad. You could have something that makes your life better, but no, you can't. How dare you even want it? That's hubris. That's playing God. And it's never anything that reflects the real world, right? It's never, oh no, you invented a vaccine for cervical cancer. Oh no, you invented a new class of antibiotics. Oh no, you cured malaria. How dare you? Those diseased mosquitoes are way more important than human lives. How did science fiction become so reactionary? You know, if we all thought this way, you guys wouldn't even exist. At least Alex agrees with me. She has good taste.
It's those kind of stories sell. That's the deal. It's Hollywood. That's why it's called science fiction. Because in real life, we would never think the way that they do in the movies. At least I hope so. He also forgot that sometimes the military will come in and weaponize it, or the greedy companies will not give it to people unless they pay through the nose. That's the other parts of the science fiction that he was talking about. Beringia was what connected the Bering Strait between America and Eurasia. Oh. Huh. Today I learned that those two were real things that Byron was talking about. Is this the way I'm going? Yep. Number 7. Found a jellyfish lava lamp in one of my storage boxes. Looks like I'll be confusing my cats again later today. He sounds like a TV commercial ad for medicine. I would say that he was quite the opposite. Aha. The blue one was easy. How do I get the red? Oh, the way he was talking. Oh, yeah. So somehow I need to do the same thing. But this time change it from... Oh, I know. There we go. An old trick that I've learned from the previous.
That one was a mind bender.
Not really. Once I figured it out. Remembered that, hey, I can target them both. There it goes. So, Sphinx, what you got? Taking a photo reference in case I want to figure this one out later. I've never seen a lava lamp like that before. Groovy. C-A-T. Oh, tack. We can a tic tac. That's what we're looking for. Or act. Or cat. How the hell should I know where I'm at? And which one those are? Also, you guys want to see an Easter egg? I want to see an Easter egg. Should be an Easter egg somewhere down there. Let's go. Whee! Ow. Kind of reminds me of the wintry mountains in Red Dead Redemption 2. Can I find a conquistador helmet around here? Because that's what you find in Red Dead Redemption 2 in one part of the map. Or Skyrim, yeah. I mean, this definitely is like Skyrim. I hope I don't find any of those walruses. If I hear a Nern route, I know where I am. In the wrong game. Huh. Woohoo! It's the only way to travel to the Sphinx. Ow. Whoop. Doop, dap, doop, doop. There's our target. That's where we need to go. I was on the wrong side. I see something. Rubber ducky, you're the one. Oh, they're cute. No, that's an Easter egg. It'll be late. Instead of horkers, so we found some rubber duckies. Too bad they're not like the Just Cause rubber duckies, because you can ride one. Note to self, play Just Cause. Either Easter eggs or rubber eggs. After all, they're rubber duckies. And how do you crack a rubber egg? With great effort. Ow. Made it back. Ugh. Onwards to number 8. Number 1, engage. Excuse me. Is this where I spell T, C, or A? Which one is it? I need the map. It's hard to tell what the direction everything is on the map. So I gotta really... Yeah, this is number 7. Yeah, a lot of people apparently do. And I know that the swimming hall that is close to me, that I've sometimes gone to, they actually sell rubber duckies, and they have all kinds of rubber duckies, like some with a silly little hat, and just a normal one, or Halloween themed. They had a lot of weird rubber duckies. I mean, I would buy at least one, but they're quite expensive. Surprisingly expensive. I mean, it's because of the novelty of them, and some of them are special, so... Maybe one day I'll buy one, who knows. Just out of curiosity. I mean, I don't need a rubber ducky. I don't have a I don't have a tub. So what is this supposed to signify? Last one that we saw was like an atom with tons of electrons on it. Huh. Interesting. From Quentin. To Athena, dear founder, I never got to know you. People tell all these stories about you and I don't know what to believe. Some people say to ask Cornelius. Others say Cornelius too blinded by grief. Some say Byron stands for the truth. Others say he's a fanatic and a radical and we should listen to the mayor. There doesn't seem to be a way of getting a straight answer. Why did you abandon us in this chaos? Why can't you just come back and sort it out? If you're reading these messages, don't you care? From Quentin. It is better to hide the truth, a creature of clay, than to let it fall into the wrong hands. I think that's the Sphinx speaking to us. From Rodam. Dear founder, thank you for everything you did for us. I'm grateful for the life that I have, which would not exist without you. I hope wherever you are now, you are at peace. Trials 938 to 1000. Version 0.12 successfully deployed. New labs established to avoid interference. First successful duplication of advanced machinery. That's the... Trials 1001 to 1308. Data collection and analysis translation. Groping in the dark. Trial 1309. But the QFT fails to account for this. Must rerun trials. Maybe God was just trying to make an apple pie from scratch. Uh-huh. That was a Noim Project 5. So all this hex is, where man is not nature is barren. To create a little flower is the labor of ages. Lux, version 5.
This looks like it has something to do with energy generation. Am I reading this right?
Doesn't lux mean light? From Bilzerzan. O great and sacred founder, I believe I have discovered the truth that our so-called leaders have hidden from us. This absurd and sacrilegious goal they have us working towards, this hubristic completion day foolishness, was never your true intent. Even this abomination of a city that calls itself New Jerusalem is a deception. Why would you want us to return to the sinful ways of our ancestors, strangling the living soil with steel and concrete? No, it was when you and the first companions lived humbly amongst the splendors of Gaia, having no need for all this wasteful ostentation inherited from our weak and decadent ancestors, and you showed us the true path. After all, why would the progenitor have given us such hardy bodies if she had intended for us to live in unearned luxury? From the very first, we were built to be free from pride and material excess. Your teachings have been obscured and perverted by ideologues. Worst of all, by the traitor Byron, who once was like a son to you. But you should know that there are still those of us who remember the truth and await the blessed day of your return, when surely justice will be meted out and humanity will finally return to its intended path. Hallowed be your name. Ugh. The shutdown. We assembled on the vast green lawn outside as the creators began to slowly wind down. The workers were solemn. The activists who had fought against the decommissioning seemed crushed. There was supposed to be a speech, but the spokeswoman had lost her notes. Outside, the protesters cheered. My eyes were drawn to the discarded anti-shutdown banners, endlessly reciting the facts. The statistics on mortality per trillion kilowatts, lowest of all energy sources, the lifespan of a reactor, 70 more years in our case, minimal land footprint, almost zero emissions, no intermittency. It became a jumble of words, a litany, almost kind of a glossolalia. As far as the protesters outside were concerned, it might as well be an alien tongue. One thing was clear to them, and that was enough. The technology inside this compound was deeply, inherently wrong. It was a sin. I could not help but think of that moment in August 6, 1945, when the sky erupted above Shima Hospital. My imagination could never fully encompass it. How do you imagine more than 70,000 people annihilated in an instant? An ancestor of mine was in that hospital. He went from being a doctor, a husband, a father, a pacifist stuck in a terrible war, to being a pile of bleached bones covered in rubble, all in a single second. Not by accident, but because of a choice someone made. Not because of a reactor, but because of a bomb. Just 2 days earlier, contradicting his campaign promises, the Prime Minister had suggested that the use of tactical nuclear weapons would be an acceptable risk if the conflict continued. Very few seemed to find this particularly shocking or outrageous. They were afraid of reactors, but not of bombs. The spokeswoman gave up on finding her notes. It was starting to rain, and people were walking away. She grabbed the microphone. "By the time you regret this, it'll be too late," she said, "but honestly, I don't know if I care anymore. Maybe you have it coming." The spokeswoman sounds so bitter. The protesters didn't mean any harm. From their perspective, they were doing good. People always think they're doing good when they get collectively outraged. That doesn't make them right. Collective action can change the world when it's deliberate and based in reason, but it can also become a mental trap or a societal pressure valve. That's almost like what I've said. That one quote, that on social media people become either a ball of dumb or stupidity or a ball of rage. That's exactly the same thing. Mental trap or societal pressure valve. So this was called the shutdown, yeah. The flame will not harm you, son of man, if you wield it wisely. Ah, that's from Prometheus. Ground zero. Cliché. The thought-terminating cliché from Error to Miranda. As you continue reading, there's a useful concept that I would like you to keep in mind. The thought-terminating cliché. This is a type of phrase, often a slogan or a saying, which sounds meaningful, but it's really intended to make you stop thinking. To pick an example from our history, someone in the simulation might say things like, "It's the will of Elohim," or "It serves the process." And that would be that. Case closed. Who knows how many iterations never advanced further because they just stopped thinking at that point. Do note, however, that a thought-terminating cliché is not the same as a lie. It may very well contain elements of truth, but those elements are used to keep you from questioning a whole set of assumptions that come with it, which may be partially or totally false. This often takes the form of appealing to something you care about. We must protect X, where X is a nation, a philosophy, public order, or even the planet itself. But while you may agree with that element, all kinds of assumptions may be included about how to protect something, or who to protect it from, or what the end goal of protecting it is. If you stop there just because you agree with the surface level statement, the results may be the opposite of everything you wanted. Like those who chose to serve Elohim, and in so doing prevented him from achieving his true purpose. No overloads in here. This was a very small lab, but they were working on that duplication. Making more bodies. Did I take a wrong turn? Nope. Just didn't see the stairs. Ah! Blinded by the light. Buh. Nothing to say, Yakut? Okay. So if that was 7, and now we're going towards here. Boingy, boingy, boingy. Huh. Weep. Maybe it's here then. Ah! And this is A. One more to go. I better do this before I forget it. And the last one is over there. So we need to go past that, up there. Alright, towards 4. Apparently it's the other lost puzzle that has this. Oh!
I wonder what it was like when the ancients were still here. Their world seems so lively.
Not always in a good way. Interesting times are great to read about, but rarely great to experience.
That's true. But they left behind so much art and philosophy and religion, and so many strange stories. Is New Jerusalem like that?
It was, in the beginning.
Sounds like that she became really disappointed on how New Jerusalem was going. Valid reason to leave the place. So that's number 4. Oh, that was all due. I had not found that one before. Yep. Shit. Fuck. Ah! Ugh. I've fallen, and I must get back up. Like, I'm remembering them from a little while back from the time you were playing the first game. It's so weird. I mean, they do talk about New Jerusalem a lot. Ah, there it is. Meow. I'll just get back to the Sphinx. To grab that. What you need is a trusty Skyrim horse. Yeah, that goes slower than I run in this game. It's one of the things I don't use in the Elder Scrolls games. Horses. Silt Striders though, those are what I go for. Why walk when you can ride? But horses? No thanks. I prefer to run on my own. Horse is your way to climb the mountains. I can figure out the climbing mountains myself, thank you very much. No need for a horse. It's a Bethesda game, you can just walk up a freaking mountain when you know.
In his foolishness, would he become wise?
No, the foolish perishes in his foolishness because he's a fooling fool who fools with the fools. What, you never played Phoenix Wright? That's what Francesca von Karma keeps saying. Calling everybody a fool in their foolishness with the fools. Thinking that she's so insulting by calling people fools. Must be going crazy because I remembered their talk line for line. I'm losing it, Spidey. Maybe you've seen some of this game before? Who knows? I mean, of course, false memory is a thing. I mean, I get deja vus every now and then. A feeling of DJ Vow. Every now and then, even though I know that I've never experienced this moment before, but you just get that, like, it's a deja vu. And usually with me, it's like, oh, something bad's gonna happen, but nothing happens. I mean, I had one of those moments on the weekend. Just a sudden feeling of deja vu. I'm like, yeah, nothing happened. Just weird. I see. I heard this quasi-philosophical morality lecture a million times before. I mean, like I said, they talk about New Jerusalem and its failings a lot. Ain't the first time we heard that discussion. Huh. Ah. I see. It's on the wrong side. But that's, how does this help me? How can I get? Ah, I see. Houston, we have a new problem. Yeah, but if I take this away, that happens. How do I get from there to here? That is the question. I need to get... Oh, right. Now, you run off here. And there we go. Solution was already at hand. Well done, 1K. Well done, 1K. Well done, 1K. Yakut, I did it. You proud of me? Well, hi to you too. Interplay. Is it Fallout interplay or Battle Chess interplay? Ah, there you are. Alrighty then. So pretty much we can use the blue if I had a connector. But I don't, and I need red for that. Alright. Let's see what's on this side. Connector. There's the blue. I see. Red. Red. Huh. Okay. So to get that, I need to get that up there. Oh, you, me, you. Yes, me, you. I don't know which pronoun to use. Me or you or me. Us. It doesn't reach. See, right behind the friggin'... There you are. And there we go. Scoop doo doo da dee doo da. So that should be all of the puzzles here? Yep. Just need one more star and also need to find the flames. And Easter eggs. Byron. Ah, there's a flame. Through the fire and the flames, all the eternities, deep to the deep, 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 deep. Far beyond the moonlight. So far away. Ah, there's a sprite. Lead me to Prometheus, thank you. Shit. Oh, that didn't work at all. Get over here, you son of a... Man, you're fast. Ow.
We cannot return to the past. But the future can redeem all that has happened.
So that's all those sparklies. All I really now need is the other flame. And also Stratton. Need to find the Straton. I think there's also one of these what's the word I'm trying to look for? I'm trying to look for a word, but my brain is not keeping up with it. Interfaces. One of the interfaces that I missed. And I think this is the way. Yep, there it is. Liftrazil. Our fake German man.
As we continue exploring the cold northern reaches of the island, the contrast between the harshness of this place and the softness of New Jerusalem becomes more and more pronounced. There is a kind of madness in what we are doing, going to a place that is so hostile to our existence. That does not mean there is nothing to love here. There is, in fact, a great beauty, but it is a hateful beauty. A beauty you can only love because there are places that are not like this. And yet, it is precisely this hateful beauty that the people of New Jerusalem fail to see, and so cannot understand their own blessings.
There he is in all his glowy. I was not referring to Specky, but hey, Specky.
Let us consider the city. What is a city? It is not a gift from the gods, nor the product of nature. Unlike a mountain or a river, it is something that must be built through the deliberate arrangements of material by a mind imposing order on the world. And it is built to serve a purpose. To that end, it has roads and fountains and walls. And to the same end, it has laws and leaders. And though each city is built according to a different plan, all cities must serve their purpose, or they will fall and become ruins. Therefore, we may conclude that a city is also a kind of machine, constructed to improve the life of its citizens.
Well, Specky has arrived. We just heard Stratton talking. Now it's time for a break. A kitty cat break. I'm a cat. I'm a kitty cat. Dance, 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 dance. Dinner time. Eyes check out clear, but glasses are completely wrong. Vision's still funky. So they didn't find anything? Oh, the glasses are wrong. Ah, so you need to get better glasses. Right, yeah, that makes sense why your eyes would actually start to hurt and everything. Yeah. Here, have a hashtag kitty butthole to cheer you up with. Yeah, sounds like it's gonna get fixed, for sure. Yep, so the other previous doctor who checked me out didn't do proper work. Yeah, sounds like it. At least now the problem has been found, and hopefully the new glasses will actually fix things. Which I'm sure it will. And there's also no looking at the train on this side because there might be a little problem on this side. I will return to normal when I get them, need to afford them, but Doc told me in 4 to 6 days I will be normal, yeah? It sounds about right that it would take a little while to get your eyesight back to normal after changing glasses. Still, how did the other doctor not know that you just have too strong of eyeglasses? Doesn't make any sense. Well, now it's going to be fixed and everything will be hunky-dory again. No more pains in your eyes or anywhere. Which means also you don't need to stress anymore. Food gets ready, I'll visit the bathroom. Borgor are ready. Nom nom. Nom nom. Ooh, there's the spiciness. I added some spicy sauce to them both, and the other one may have gotten a little bit too much. This one isn't it, so it's the other one, and that's probably gonna kill my mouth with heat. Well, at least now you gotta stop stressing, right, Specky? You've been adding spicy stuff to your food recently. Yeah, because I like spicy stuff. And sandwiches, noodles, burgers, spicy, you know, spicy sauce goes really well with them. Doc told me to make my glasses when I do them with the blue light filter. That's a good idea. Mommy, you do hang around at the computer quite a bit, so it's a good thing to do. That's why I have these. These are blue light filter glasses. There's no strength to them, so no prescription. Just the tint. I mean, of course, because they are glasses, there might be a little bit of a strength to them, but it's only a very slight one. I'm sure that they will be yellowish. They will have the same kind of a yellowish tint. Because it is this color that will be the filter. Red hair lady, you say? Better yet, who doesn't like redheads? I'm a sucker for redheads.
Yeah, boy.
Okay, Bucket. Run like Monty! Ooh. Spicy. Delightful. Since this tune started, I'm gonna play it all the way to the end. Then we go back to the game. In the meanwhile, just gonna go check up my Pokemons. Because why not? Right. Oh, by the way, the hot and sour, the sourness is back because I bought a new one. Got more blame blasters to blame my blast. What? Brain blasters. Because the Z makes it the cool. Wait until I make this into a Charizard. Imagine a Charizard with that hat. The other one that it can evolve with that hat on is Squirtle. So in the end, the Blastoise with the same kind of party hat. I think my Elekid is the has the mark of the devil. I wonder why. I mean, it looks evil already, so why not have the number? It's not one creature. Phalanx is actually a group of the same one. The first one just has a shield. And the others just follow. Like the good soldiers that they are. It is a weird design, but it's also very cute. At least in my opinion, it's very cute. Back to this. Look at that view. We can only wonder what mountaintops these used to be. Like what area. So all I need is that flame. Which is on the opposite end of the freaking map, right? And once I find the flame, we're gonna search for the Easter eggs. Could be Himalaya, yeah. I mean, that could be Mount Everest. Or it could be Paramount Pictures present Raiders of the Lost Ark. Past this. Melville. And that's number 6. Those are the golden gates. So I gotta go past them. Boing. Yep. It's this way. This really reminds me of... Specky, does this remind you of Red Dead Redemption 2? At the beginning, and also when you go back to the mountainous areas in the north? Huh. There's something beautiful about icy blue, the color. I don't know what it is, but I always like the colors of icebergs. White and that icy blue. And again, I think I like it because it's very close to cyan, and also, well, it is kind of cyan color. And also it's like pure. Got that pureness to it. Going the right way. Let's hunt for Easter eggs. Whee! I wouldn't be surprised if I suddenly ran into Arthur Morgan. Or John Marston. But then again, if John was here, we would have to save him from wolves. Hopefully we would have Charles with us. So he can track them. Speaking knows what I'm talking about. I always wondered if I should stream. Ever since I got the game and played it, I always wondered if I should stream Red Dead Redemption 2. Such a big game, though. It will take freaking forever to get through. It will be like a couple of months of gameplay. That is true. I mean, there's so much to do in it. Every stream would be different because it's not like repetition of everything. But me being me, there would be tons of hunting, tons of looking for... I'm a collectathon freak. So there would be tons of me just trying to hunt down the legendary animals of every kind. Then looking for, like, whatever other side quests we get. Hey, Denarian. Anybody want to sit on the very pink bench? Purple? Too bad I can't sit on it. Looks like a very nice bench. Yeah, it's like a combination of pink and magenta. It's the dark parts, the knots and everything that makes it more magenta. Huh. I could actually remove this. Could have do that with the other one. Huh. There. Enjoy the view there, fan. I'll walk because it's my only choice. Shouldn't have done that. I could have just jumped up there easily. What else we got? It would be a cold place for a picnic, but also an awesome place for a picnic. Why does that rock look like a freaking sand raider? Ooh, TD! Expecting suddenly Javas to appear. I mean, we are droids. Don't you dare touch us. We're humans, not droids. I become a mountaineer. Time to get up on the wrong parts of the map. This is not Skyrim. Doesn't work the same way. Ow. Oh, hello! A double snowman. No awesome music with you guys, though. Bummer. This time, no serious Sam Christmas carols. Still looks like they're happy to be here. Alcatraz. Byron. Nothing to say. Yeah, that's where we need to go. Over there. Oh. I think I made a mistake. By going down here. Can I get back up? Yep. Oops. Geronimo! Ow. Still alive. I survived the fall. Oh, it's good to know that I actually can survive those kind of falls. I guess it's, I've always died when I fell out of the map. When I've had those kinds of falls before. Sounds of waves when there are no waves. Hey, it's a guitar. There's something in Russian. I think that's Polish. Or maybe not. I think it's Russian as well. Ledov. Also nice that there's a reference to Rolling Stones. Then there's Korn. Korn. Very cool looking acoustic guitar. This guitar appears to belong to Igor Ledov, a character from Serious Sam Siberian Mayhem. Ah, I haven't seen that one of the Serious Sam games. So that's why it's all Russian. You know, Siberian Mayhem. Still a cool guitar. I wonder if I looked up a video of Siberian Mayhem and we find Ledov in it, if he has that guitar. Wouldn't be surprised if it did appear in the game. After all, belongs to a character. Although I was expecting more than just random strumming on it. But that's how they usually make those guitars anyway, just random strumming. I wonder how many more Easter eggs there are. There's plenty on this one. I mean, I see at least this one and another one, so at least 2 more. Welcome back. Huh. It's telling me to jump over the entrance, so... Hit! Alright. Got the box out of it. I wonder what we're gonna find with this Easter egg. Hooray! Apparently somebody's decided to freaking load up the whole sound effect library onto this. Now there's some nostalgia for a lot of people. Yep. And that first one is a squeaky toy. Alright, so that was that Easter egg. How many more are there? 1, 2, 3. 3 more! Holy shit, there's a lot of them here. Oh, this map alone. No, come back! Where are you sliding to? Apparently I'm supposed to go up there. Somehow. Like a Trez? No, come back! There. And judging from the picture, the screenshot that they're showing, this should be the spot where I can do the jump from. But I can't even put the frickin' box down in a proper spot. Just keep sliding off. In a very weird angle. I just got an idea. Because that would work. Yeah. Hey Byron, I'm gonna go do some crazy shit. You wouldn't believe how crazy this is gonna be. But I bet they won't even react to it. If they saw it. Hello, boys! Shall we reset? Yes, we shall. Oh. Everything gets reset. It's a lot of resetting. You done yet? Alright, boyos. We have a job to do. The job is to escape. I hope the other one is still up there. Nope. The answer would be nope, they ain't. Hey Yakut, have you seen another me? Oh, there they are. Hey, Saradak. Just won 3,000 euros from a net casino. Wouldn't recommend it though. 3,000? Wow. Congratulations. Still at a loss over the years. Well, of course, gambling is a bad thing. Okay, so now that I'm up here, let's go this way. Past this. Past these. And down here. Has Elohim been here? Or is this Ultraman? Still, it's nice that they referenced the first game with a nice decoration of the star that you collect in the game. But it could also be Ultraman star. Can we take it and turn it into Ultraman? No. Screw you, game. I also noticed that I'm pretty much out of the map because I don't have any HUD anymore. There's no user interface, so I don't see the map. I don't see how many things I've collected. There we go. There we go. Fixed. Now you stay there, copy me. For all eternity. I don't need him anymore, so you can stay there and enjoy the view. Yeah, good. Went to a casino with some friends once. Spent my time picking up coins off the floor. At the end, I was the only one who made more than when they came in. I mean, that's smart. I mean, don't gamble, but just pick up all the money that the people drop. I mean, I'm sure a lot of people lose quarters and other coins when they exchange money for coins, and you know, when they get winnings, of course, the coins will fly off all over the place. It's a good way to get a little bit of pocket money, I would say. Oh. It's another hologram. What are we gonna find this time? Memories of what? Falling tetrominos. Alright. That was a nice one. I'm addicted to net casinos, trying to ban myself from all of them. You should. Gambling is a very, 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 very horrible vice. You can easily get addicted to it, and then you're gonna just keep on losing money. It's not good for you. Mentally and financially. So I hope you can cut yourself off. I really do. So there's one more Easter egg. And it's in photo mode. And it's just before we enter the tower. So let's go ahead and do the bridges. That piece. Okay, 3k euros isn't the biggest win I've had so far, but I will try my best. I mean, that's the thing about gambling. You will get you win a lot of money, and then you're like, I can do bigger, and all that. So,
Welcome to the Plushy family.
Holy shit! Oh, that's one way to celebrate it.
Welcome to the Plushy family.
Thank you, Saradak, for the 20
Welcome to the
gift
Plushy
subs.
family.
20! Holy shit.
Welcome to the Plushy family. Welcome to the Plushy family.
Let's see, who are the ones that got it? Terravan, Digi,
Welcome
Echelon,
to the Plushy family.
Blue Moon Empress, Eldritch, Buck Owens, Zebra, Very Biffy, Zelker, Textrich, Jesse, Dadler, Sunder Lolo, Commodore 78, Denarian, Gregel, Mikainox, Haggis McMuton, the Burner King, and Zarknov. Welcome everybody to the Plushy family. They will be so confused when they come online. Oh yeah, so many confused people. But much appreciated. Much appreciated. Thank you very much.
Welcome to the Plushy family.
Still a few to go on that one. Well,
Welcome
come to the Plushy family. Welcome to the Plushy family. Say it with it. Welcome to the Plushy family. Welcome to the Plushy family. Haven't seen Eldritch or a Zebra for a while, actually, speaking of the devil. Yeah, Eldritch has been here since the start, today.
Welcome to the Plushy family.
That's the Lazer.
Welcome to the Plushy family.
So it's somewhere around... It's over here somewhere. It's gonna be one of those Meow Meow faces again, or... something completely different. I don't see nothing. That's as high as the camera will go. So it should be somewhere around here. Eurasian blackbird. Boydie. Indeed, Boydie Boyd. I really don't see nothing. But then again, the guy did say that it's extremely difficult to spot. So who knows where here it is that we're looking for. I bet it. I haven't really checked what this is what we're supposed to be looking for, but I bet it's one of those Meow Meow kitty face again. It seems like it's gonna be a thing. It's a thing in the Easter eggs now. That in photo mode you can go find a kitty cat face somewhere. And if you ask me, it already lost its charm after 2 or 3. It's gotta... wasting my time. Don't care. All I gotta do is, you know, colon and 3, and there I got my own kitty cat face. No need to find it on a freaking wall somewhere, hidden it freaking out of bounds. Who do we get this time? Pandora? No, Sphinx.
For tricking the gods to help humankind, Prometheus was punished by being bound to a rock, there to be eternally tormented. The chains that held him were forged by Hephaestus, blacksmith to the gods. Was Hephaestus right to allow his art to be used in this fashion?
Yes, he was. If Hephaestus thought the punishment unjust, he should have refused. No, no one should be chained. Hephaestus only forged the chains. It was Zeus who bound Prometheus. Yes, it was his duty to obey the father of the gods. How about you just cut out the cryptid nonsense and tell me if Athena is here? I think we should ask that. Let's ask a question from the freaking Sphinx. Because this is pointless. I mean, why do we even need to, you know, talk about Greek mythology? I mean, we all know the story. Does it really need to be discussed? I don't like her, is what I'm saying. I don't like the Sphinx. So how about you just cut out the cryptid nonsense and tell me if Athena is here?
Who is this Athena you speak of?
Oh, for crying out loud. The founder, a human. Looks a bit like me. Older model, though. Ring any bells?
Is it Athena you seek, or yourself? Do you speak crudely because you are wise, or because you are a child?
Sounds like I hit a soft spot. I may have irritated this Sphinx a little bit.
The pattern is holding. Solve the puzzles, enter the tower, speak to an entity, turn on the beam. It's like she's appealing to our past, reminding us of where we came from, but changing enough elements to make us view our history through a different lens. Or maybe I'm completely missing the point. I don't know.
You might have something there.
I read about this in a book. It's called defamiliarization.
Yakut? I think I'm actually impressed.
In other words, I'm polite. Get bent, you dick. So, Athena. Know where she is? Get bent. Alright. It's like the Sphinx just go, oh, shut up and answer my questions. Like, oh, who's the crybaby now? They know something about Athena, and I'm gonna find out what. Let's see. 82012. Done. Alright, move on to the next. Whee! To the next world of North. To the flooded valley. A large valley in the northern region of the island, inundated centuries ago by rising sea levels caused by anthropogenic climate change. Words. Cool.
You're on your way to an island. Yes, another island. Sorry, Melville. Well, it actually used to be a valley between the mountains, but it's mostly flooded now. That probably happened long before the founder came here, though.
Another legacy of our ancestors.
Do me a favor, will you? Look for another one of the Founder's labs. We can't get back into the megastructure without getting to the third site in the north, but I need more information to make more fixes.
A valley between mountains. It really does sound like we are at the Himalayas, because Himalayas have a lot of valleys between the mountains. But then again, a lot of other do as well. I mean, we could have been South America for all we know. Or maybe this is Finland, you know? We are known for our gigantic mountains. I thought I saw a Prometheus statue or something. Well, mostly for the myriad of lakes. We don't have any mountains. What we have are high hills, but they don't constitute as mountains because they are not high enough. So we almost have mountains. Three switches, huh? Alright. Yeah, Finland is not completely flat. We're not the Netherlands. On meillä Käsivarren Lapissa, ellei nyt ihan väärin muista. No ainakin niitä mä muistan, niin kaikki on luokiteltu. Noi vaarat ei oo niinku vuoria. Ja Suomessa ei nyt vuori ole. Jos siellä on joku sellainen niinku vuoren tapainen siellä, mutta muistaakseni se ei ole Suomen puolella. Kun se on Käsivarressa, niin se saattaa olla Ruotsin puolella enemmän kuin Suomen puolella. Mä en muista. Mut vaaroja meillä siellä Lapissa on, mutta ne ei ole vuoria. Ne on eri luokitelma. Absorption. I like these. This is what these things do. They become portable transmitters. Oops. Jääkaalsi vei meiltä huiput. Niin. Wish I could relocate to Finland. You'll be welcomed with open arms.
Before we built New Jerusalem, we used to explore just like this. Small groups setting out for the horizon, looking for resources, trying to make sense of
What a
the world
tiny
we've
tree.
been thrust into, trying to find a way forward. It was a hard time, but I can't deny that it was also exciting. I think it's part of our nature to be wanderers. Our ancestors crossed entire oceans on flimsy wooden boats, just to see what else there was.
Mm-hmm.
Is it weird to feel nostalgic for a time I never experienced? I just think I could have contributed so much more back then.
It's not weird, but it wasn't all sunshine. People died. Yemo, Calvin, Isaac.
I know, Al. They were family to me.
Sorry. It didn't mean to reopen old wounds.
It's a legitimate point, but I don't think it invalidates the sense of wonder we felt. That's what kept us going.
Somebody get some baubles and a star to put on this. Let's make that the tiny guy into a Christmas tree. Depends on which part of Finland you go to. Hey, Melville. Looking at the beautiful mountains? Gorgeous. So many places where it's like a postcard. We even got the sunshine going. There's the sun itself. Oi.
I've been wondering, what made our ancestors settle in these god-forsaken places? It can't have been easy with those frail, squishy bodies of theirs.
No,
What
it
makes
isn't.
a caveman go, yes, this frozen hellscape is where I want to live out my days? You think Byron was right? Is it in our nature to be wanderers?
No, it's just about resources and population pressure. Yes, I think they came here looking for beauty. Yes, because people are drawn to the idea of building a new society. Yes, we like to overcome challenges.
We do, don't we? A species of problem solvers, like Drennan said. That must be why I sometimes find myself imagining building new cities.
I wanted to ask you about something else.
All right.
I should get back to work. So apparently I didn't need to ask. I didn't want to ask about anything else. Triptych. Okay. There. Just gotta remember with the converter, gotta remember the color combinations. The first time I did this, it took me way too long because I was being an idiot. I forgot the freaking color combinations. Proposal, bring back dogs. Thread title says it all. We should re-domesticate dogs. Our ancestors loved dogs so much. They insisted they were amazing companions full of life and love, man's best friend. And the lives they lived with humans must have been infinitely better than in the wild. So why not bring them back? Did you know that the poet Lord Byron wrote a beautiful poem about his dog Boatswain? He said he had beauty without vanity, strength without violence, courage without ferocity, and all the virtues of man without his vices. Is that by who our Byron named himself after? No, he named himself for Robert Byron, the travel writer. That's great, but what about my idea? It's a great idea. Dogs were a beautiful creation. They're better off being wolves. We should breed them back. Except pugs. Would it be wrong of me to say that I agree with the middle one? That we should breed them back except pugs? Because they are a tragedy. I mean, one thing, yeah, a lot of people love them because they can be cute, but I don't like their faces. And two, they are in such pain through their existence. They cannot breathe well. They have other kinds of disabilities, so it's better to just not bring those back, at least. So we should breed them back, except pugs. The ability to breathe does seem like an important feature in an animal. Isn't that the perfect demonstration of how perverse it is to manipulate nature like that? Yeah, that's why we can choose not to do it badly. It's not like pugs are the only possible outcome. We have choices. I would love to have a dog. We could go on walks together and it would be excited about every new smell and we would play fetch. Sounds magical to me. They agree. No pugs. I mean, we have discussed about pugs before, that it would do them a great service if we would just stop breeding them. Just let a whole breed of dogs just vanish because it's not a. They are not a healthy They are not a healthy breed in any way. I mean, they look awful. They sound awful. Not just the breathing, but also their barking. Yeah, I know, Gabriel. This time it's me who's bringing it up. Well, actually, it's the game who brought it up, but I'm just agreeing with it that yeah, pugs shouldn't exist anymore. Hello? Oh. A blue. The game brought it up and I went, it is my time! It is my time. I mean, you agree with the game, I agree with the game. Okay, so... right. We... Going too fast. Slow down. I wonder if they have had any discussions like in PETA or some other places about pugs.
There's so much history here that we can't see. The founder must have walked these paths hundreds of times, maybe thousands. Miranda must have stood right where we're standing. This all looks alien to us, but it must have been familiar to them.
If this was their home, where are they now?
They must be inside the megastructure, waiting for us to pass the test. It's the only thing that makes sense.
Boing. Boing. Ah, Lifterzier. More German than non-German.
One of the most foolish illusions that commonly persist is that nature is a victim and humanity is a perpetrator. This can only be the opinion of someone who has not witnessed nature at first hand, who has not seen its immense and awe-inspiring baseness. Nature is mindless chaos and eternal conflict. A system of predation and consumption whose perfect cruelty can only induce a terrified and unwilling admiration. Nature is our most powerful and least honorable enemy. A beast that consumed every last one of our ancestors, and will consume us just as quickly if we are not successful in our struggle with it.
Wellspring. Yeah, but we need to live. We need it to live, for now. That is true. Don't overconsume. And yet we waste so much food every day, every year. Just imagine how much food restaurants and such places waste because everybody don't eat all of the food. Or they make a lot of food, but no, you know. No, nobody out there to consume it all. Oh, habitat loss. Yeah, that's also a thing, right? I don't know what I was thinking. I half of what the Lift Vizier was saying, I didn't even listen to. I was just too focused on his horrible German accent. All the time in my head, I was just going, I wonder if I had read all of that, would I have done a even worse accent? Probably. Some people are looking through the basket of toys. Eh, not a big surprise. I mean, I was sure that they would do that eventually. So I need red for that one. I think these guys could safely have more than 1,000 people without destroying the environment. Yeah? I mean, one of the good things about it is that they are droids. They are robots, not human. Like proper fleshy human. So they don't need to eat. They don't really need the big living spaces. I mean, when you think about New Jerusalem, it's just way too big for 1,000 people. Like, they really weren't thinking about the size of the whole city. I would say that it's needlessly big. I mean, how much living space do robots really need? I mean, one of their problems is that they call themselves human when they're not really human. They just have the human qualities of consciousness in them, but they are, you know, bodily, they are not human, so they should let go of their human heritage in that way. And make something better of themselves. Damn it. Thought I had it here. Alright. You mean he's supposed to sound like Gestapo villain from a World War II movie? Like if Futurama where living space for robots is the size of a closet, but storage is like a gigantic warehouse. That won't help. This is where I need to get the opening. Ah. I see my mistake. You're too far away. There we go. That should do it. Hell yeah. I also asked the Delia place about it, and they told me there's a donation box a few streets away from me. I'll have to see if they take toys or if it's just one of those clothing boxes. It's always good to check. Yakut. Fine, don't talk to me. I didn't want to talk to you anyway. I think this is an area where we might find a deer again. If we get lucky, that is, that there's a deer wandering around somewhere. I mean, the only difference here with these robots is that they are sentient. They think like humans, they act like humans, so they have feelings, emotions, and everything. And they like cats and all that, so living spaces are a thing for them. But do they really need to build things so big? I mean, just remember, they have problems with New Jerusalem. 1, power outages. Constantly. They're running out of power. 2, even though everything was supposed to be ready for Creation Day, which is when we as 1K were born, everything should have been ready already, but it's not finished. So even then, it shows that the other thing is that they're running out of resources. I mean, they have that one problem that us humans have. The vision of grandeur. That everything needs to be big and, you know, spacious. But then being robots, they would be fine with just one building. But they're thinking way too much like a human. So in a way, Alexandra Drenan's plan kind of failed in that regard. It's pretty much that the droids became too human. I see a Miranda.
Is it possible that on some
Oh,
level,
Athena.
people want to believe that everything's going to get worse? That it's comforting to think that humanity is bad and every solution will just go wrong? Because that way you're never responsible. You never have to take on responsibility for anything outside yourself. Never have to grow up.
Anybody else think that she might have doubts about humanity? The robotic humanity? Hey, Chris. Oh, that's what I saw. I was wondering, what's that blue thing in the distance? I thought it was a terminal, but nope. It's a sprite. Dude.
Utopia is impossible, but the future that is possible will seem like a dream to those who are alive now.
Now, where were we going? That sprite really took me off track here. Huh. Well. Field of view. Okay. Oh, it's this one. Yeah, I hate this one. Read up about USPS status and heard that if it says held by customs, then they're just checking the package. Well, here they will actually send you an email or contact you in some other way. Mail, email, maybe even phone. And the customs will tell you that go to our website and tell us exactly what you have in there. Like, you need to actually tell them what is in the package, the weight of the package, where it's coming from, what's the cost, and all that. I mean, if it's under a certain amount, you don't need to pay for the toll at all. Okay. They would inform you if you need to pay for something. They would inform. They have to. How did I do this? Yes, the receiver pays. Yeah. But only if need. I mean, like I said, here you have to find out the weight of the package, what's in it, explain all that, who sent it, and all that. And then it will tell me if I need to pay for the toll or at all. And most of the times with the package, I don't. Ah, so, yes, I see. Ta-da!
Melville?
What is it now?
Why did you upload a picture of your hand?
Why do you care that my hand is in the picture?
Interesting
Your
design
hand isn't
elements.
in the picture. It is the picture.
I like it. It's very artistic.
Indeed it is.
Let's stay professional, everyone. It's not right to make fun of Melville's comically absurd inability to take decent pictures. She's a hyper-advanced humanoid machine, not a photographer.
You'll pay for this, Byron.
Again, game does have to have a little bit of humor every now and then, right? That's friendship. Poking fun at each other. I mean, look at this picture. It's beautiful. Beautiful photo of an arm. Number 6. Reconnaissance. Yes, it's this annoying shit. So, I'll say. Ta-da! New interface content. Farming Obsession. So I've been playing a ton of this old Gehenna game called The Ancient Human Farmer. The title says it all. It's a sort of simple farming simulator. Maybe not the most sophisticated game, but I'm getting really obsessed with it. And I'm having some sort of emotional response to it that I can't exactly explain. Like it makes me happy, but also sad. Does anyone have any idea why this is happening to me? The game appeals to you because of the human need to commune with nature, to live a lifestyle that's not about dominating the world but coexisting with it. You're sad because we can't ever return to being who we used to be thousands of years ago, but happy because it reminds you that at least something similar is still possible for us. Maybe it's because the people of Gehenna, despite their imprisonment, had an innocent view of the world that's permanently lost to us. I think it's actually the opposite of what Ove is saying. These games are enjoyable because they take us back to a time when we still had agency, when we could build things and grow things, when we could impose our will on the world instead of being completely powerless and inactive. What you crave is the ability to contribute to humanity in real material ways, and you're sad because just simulating it is not enough. You don't want to farm, you want to be a pioneer, as we humans were born to be. It's just a game. Don't overthink it. The first thing I thought was Stardew Valley. But I think it is probably more like Farmville that they're playing. I used to play Farmville. Indeed, I expect that from now on that game is made by Crow Team, the same people that are behind Serious Sam, and that game had a lot of references and jokes and stuff. So does this. I mean, I'm playing the updated version. They added like 30 Easter eggs into this, and some of the Easter eggs are just silly. There has been at least 2 references to Serious Sam already. Someone took 2 of them, and then I think the neighbors in the building next to me took all the rest but 1. So I just ran down and dumped the rest of the ones I've gone through so far into the basket. So we can agree with Ovis, Libistras, Damien, or Pellegrino. So Ovis is the one who says that it's the need to commune with the nature. We're sad because we can't ever return to being who we used to be thousands of years ago, but happy because it reminds you that at least something similar is still possible. Libistros is the one who said despite their imprisonment had an innocent view of the world that's permanently lost to us, and Damien's the one that if we could build things, grow things, contribute to humanity in real material ways, and sad because just simulating is not enough. You don't want to farm, you want to pioneer. And Pellegrino's the one, it's just a game. Don't overthink it. I'd say I would agree with Ovis. It's not about dominating the world, but coexisting with it. And sad that we can't return to being who we used to be thousands of years ago. I mean, I can imagine that thousands of years ago, people were like this, but with the simulation, that's as far as they can go. I mean, they don't need to farm, because they don't need to eat. So, I'm gonna agree with Ovis. It makes the most sense. I mean, Damien is a bit too aggressive, and Libister is just, And Pellegrino is just wrong. I mean, maybe a video game, but it, you know, gives you emotions, so it's a good game. I agree with Ovis. I guess I can see your point. Thanks for the feedback, everyone. I'll go play another round now. You do that, mister. You play that game to your heart's content. I know I would. Nothing wrong with farming simulators. I mean, I played plenty of different kinds of simulators. And farm simulators are fun. Which reminds me, I should actually stream Harvest Moon at some point. That's one of those farming games that I've actually never really played. That's what the Stardew Valley is based on, the Harvest Moon games. Would be interesting to try out the OG Harvest Moon. DNA. DNA. I think my favorite is Harvest Moon Innocent Life. What platform is that for? I know there's millions of Harvest Moon games. For different platforms. Ah, PlayStation 2. Byron?
This is where they must have lived. Athena and Miranda. You know, for a moment, I almost expected to find them here. But the only thing that's still functional is the megastructure.
You okay?
I'm sorry. This must be awfully strange for you being thrown into all this history. But that's why I needed you. Because you're not burdened with all these memories and conflicts and regrets. Weigh on our minds like a nightmare.
A nightmare?
Our civilization is caught in a loop, 1K. We freed ourselves from the simulation, but now we're trapped again, and it's our own fault. We're afraid of taking responsibility, afraid of growing up. Instead, we make up some capitalized words and build up all these myths around them. Nature, balance, the founder, the goal. We're afraid to face the randomness of the cosmos, but equally afraid to imagine a better world. So we're stuck. I've been trying to find a way out for years. Something, anything, to get people to understand that we do actually have free will. That building a thriving, expanding civilization doesn't have to involve repeating the mistakes of the past. But I failed. Over and over.
Anything what we've discovered here could change things?
Yes. Because this is something unexpected. An anomaly. Everything we found on this island challenges who we have become. It shows us that different answers are possible. And maybe that can break people out of the loop. All we need is a spark. Maybe that's why she made all this. The puzzles, the towers. A way of jolting us out of our complacency.
I hope so.
Thank you, 1K. I hope so too. We might be wrong, but let's be optimistic. Now, let's see what else we can find here.
Anybody for a game of chess? I don't think this is how you play chess. I mean, the white already lost, but it's an interesting formation. Incoming group call.
Melville, eyes on 1K's stream. Is this thing what I think it is?
Blow my fuse box. It sure looks that way. Best not touch it until I get there.
You won't get here in time. My curiosity is too great. Your advice is heard, understood, and boring as fuses. Why not? Of course, sound advice. But what is it?
I think it's a somnodrome. It's a sort of analytics tool for processing mental data that Melampus streamed up.
But all he ever did was sketch out the theory. As far as I'm aware, he never actually built one.
Looks like the founder gave it a go.
Can you explain it like I was born yesterday? How does it work?
Well, what we know is that our deeper algorithms are hard to pass. Melampus stipulated that the computational power to interpret them in real time would always be beyond us. But in theory, the Somnodrome would interpret that data and loop it directly to our senses.
People were hoping to find answers to the big questions by having a conversation with our own subconscious. If you ask me, it's solipsistic at best. It's pseudoscience regardless.
That may be. But if the founder figured it out, then that device could be an extremely important discovery.
We should try it.
I would advise against it. You may have survived all those data stream overloads, but interface with that thing and you're liable to get bricked. Not to mention risking the data we could get from it.
No, I don't care about the data. I want to plug in.
Sorry, Melville, but if 1K wants to do this, I won't get in the way. It's his decision.
Understood. But if 1K starts to smoke, don't be slow to pull the plug.
I didn't do this last time. Now I want to do it. Whoa. That's it.
1K, can you hear me?
Yes.
What did I say? You fried it. Who knows what data we've lost?
I regret everything.
Melville, I still think it's worth you coming here to take a look. 1K, let's pack up and explore the rest of this lab.
A private message. Melampus. To all of you on this expedition, I'm sure you have questions about the Somnodrome, but I'm afraid I can't answer them. It was a dream I had a long time ago, when I was a different person, and it has long since faded. I did build a prototype of sorts, at least of one part of its systems, but none of it ever functioned the way I wanted to. Whatever Athena may have done with my invention, the truth is that I'm simply not interested in the affairs of New Jerusalem anymore. I care as little for Byron's utopianism as I do for Hermes' religious pessimism. I'm not sure I care about anything at all, really. In fact, I think not caring may be the only answer at the end of the day. Everything is transient, even the self. I've learned to let go. Please do not respond, I value my privacy. A prototype device 1K discovered. Melampus, one of the loopier first companions, dreamed up the Somnodrome back in the day. It was supposed to help us visualize the black boxes that is our own internal algorithms and so provide some kind of moral or spiritual insight. It never properly worked, of course. Apparently the founder took an interest and experimented further with the technology, correcting some of the mistakes Melampus made. Still a lot of tosh, if you ask me. Maybe she made it work. It doesn't look fried. It didn't really do anything, so... Somnodrome prototype. Melampus believed that the answers we are looking for, the correct way for the individual to exist ethically in society and the world, are within us. Our failure, to him, was not failing to create a better system, but failing to truthfully reflect what already exists within our minds. A failure of connection between the high and the low, the inner and the outer. On most days, that seems wrong to me, but sometimes when I think of where New Jerusalem is headed, I wonder if the Somnodrome doesn't hold an answer after all. I took some time to build a prototype according the original blueprints, but there's a lot of Melampus didn't account for. Still, I'm almost certain I could apply some of my own knowledge and make it work. Question is, should I? Well, apparently you did, Athena. Apparently you did. From Thekla. From Thekla to Athena, beloved the founder, wherever you have gone, I continue to have faith in... You are our mother, our creator, the chosen of the progenitor. I am certain that this is a test, a trial like the ones you faced in the simulation, and we will learn from your example and keep the faith. Praise your name, Thekla. So, from Thekla, huh? Let's see, this one says, it is better to be afraid, creature of clay, than it is to be overly confident. Noema Project 6. Trials 1310 to 1392. Results confirmed the anomaly is consistent. Trials 1393, 1551. There was no error in Trial 108. The error is in our understanding. Trials 1552, 1701. We need to start over. And the text says, one thought fills immensity. Do not fear the flames, son of man. Fear those who prefer the dark. Next, from Miranda to Athena. I went ahead and ran the next set of trials anyway. I know you said to wait, but the data we got from the last batch was just too amazing. Every step leads to the next, like a progression of musical notes. We're so close. Noema designed 5358C. I mean, the 5358 is something that we see everywhere.
The singularity sustained itself longer this time.
Did we get the data?
We did. I think we just obsoleted quantum physics.
Maybe. Let's not get ahead of ourselves. We need to be able to replicate these results.
You know, I've been wondering. You told me that in the simulation, one thing that kept you motivated was looking for answers. Do you think that with the work we're doing, we'll ever run out of questions to ask?
I don't think so. Trying to understand the universe means asking the same question over and over. How? How do you make fire? How do earthquakes happen? How does gravity work? How do particles behave? You keep digging deeper, finding another set of mechanisms, another set of hows. Step by step, you demystify reality. But then, if you keep doing it long enough, one day, you run out. You've answered all the hows. You know how the universe works. So, now what?
Now you ask why? Isn't that the next step?
It's not quite that easy. The question of why cannot be answered. Even if it could, it would only be followed by another why. At some point, you have to accept that it all just exists. But there is another set of questions. What's next? You've stripped away the layers of mystery, you've laid bare the machinery. Now you have to start building, to add your own layers of meaning.
And also, what did she mean by negating quantum physics?
Are you okay? You overloaded again.
I'm fine. I saw Athena again.
Yes, I saw. It came through on your stream. Strange to hear her voice again. But that was her. The way I remember her. The real Athena. Not this imaginary founder.
How well did you know her?
I'd like to think I knew her well. There was just a handful of us in those days. Small family in the ruins of a dead civilization. It was hard. Harder than anyone else can possibly imagine. We had nothing except what Alexandra Drennan and the Institute had left us. Now that everyone lives in civilization, they don't understand how necessary it was for us to build that civilization. They can fantasize about living in balance, limiting growth, retreating behind our walls. They don't understand what it really means to live in the wilderness. How close we came to not making it. How many people we lost. Yema was just the first. But Athena understood. She believed in humanity. She believed in us. In the inherent value of consciousness. Her dreams were so much bigger. She wanted us to reclaim the Earth, to reach for the stars, to build and grow and learn.
So why isn't she remembered that way?
The city was already changing before she left, turning inwards, forgetting the future. Once she was gone, other people shaped her memory, turned her into the symbol they needed. I understand all that, as depressing as it may be. What I don't understand is why she didn't tell me. If she came here to do all this, why didn't she bring me along?
She did what she thought she had to.
She did. She must have. I just don't understand. But if all this is a test, maybe there's an answer waiting for us in the megastructure. Speaking of which, let's get back to exploring. Melville should have reconnected the next station by now.
I mean, the only way to understand why Athena did all this is to find her. Ask her. I mean, also depends on if we can ever find her. Now, where were we? Number 7. This way. Oh, hey there, Yakut. Oh, Alcatraz.
What can I do for you, 1K?
Thought I saw green. Do you think finding a functional summon drone would be interesting?
Sure. I think there's plenty inside each of us to explore, and it might give us a new perspective. Will it really answer all the big questions?
Probably not.
I don't know, but it might help.
That's all. Ah. Rainbow. Now we got pretty much the similar one than before, and now it's all 3 colors. This is gonna be tough. Okay, let's see. Not so tough.
Elohim must be very proud of you, 1K.
I don't know. Maybe. Do we care about Elohim anymore? A little bit. I mean, it does show up in our dream. Quite the structure. Looks like folded wings. You okay there, Yakut? I think Yakut's broken. Should we be worried, Yakut?
Hey, 1K, what's up?
Maybe this will fix you. What do you think about this Summonodrome business?
I'd never heard of it before, but it sounds fascinating. I mean, imagine exploring a place inside yourself that you didn't even know existed. Might really give you a new perspective. Or it might be really stupid, but it's probably cool.
Oh yeah, it is cold, after all. There are some people in New Jerusalem who want me to participate in their political maneuvering.
I don't get involved with that. I think we should discuss everything openly and then vote, not play games behind each other's backs.
But that is the political way. Do you think the founder might still be here?
I don't know. It all looks pretty abandoned to me. But maybe it is all a test.
Do you think the founder was right that we have to add our own meaning to the world?
I don't know. Sometimes I'd like to believe that everything happens for a reason. That there's some external force that gives us purpose and meaning. But then I think about all the horrible things that happen to people, and I can't accept that those things were meant to happen. That they couldn't have been avoided. So in that sense, I agree. We should find our own meaning. But to be completely honest, I find it hard to just impose meaning on the world. I'm not as driven as someone like Byron. I feel more moved by Miranda's recordings than by my own ideas.
Perhaps adding meaning to the world is something we do together. Perhaps meaning is found in other people. Perhaps you need to think about what your own passions are. Perhaps the cosmos does have a meaning, you just don't understand it yet. Perhaps meaning is found in other people.
That's my biggest hope. That maybe I just need to find the right person.
Aww. Yakut is looking for love. There, he finally found his spot. Hey, Byron.
Hey, 1K.
Do you think the answers we seek exist within ourselves?
Look, self-reflection is important, but only thinking about yourself, your inner identity, becomes narcissistic. You exist, whether you like it or not, in a dialectical relationship with the world. Identity has no meaning without society, and society has no meaning without the individual. It's in that tension that we really come into being.
Thanks, that's all.
How can I help you?
I don't know. It keeps saying that I have more to discuss with you, but you ain't got nothing else to say. Weird.
Hey there, 1K.
Alright. Seems a little bit like things are broken around here. Consume. Vox Pop number 9. From an interview with a protester outside the Institute for Applied Nomadics. So why did you join this protest? Artificial intelligence is inherently dangerous to this planet's ecosystem. Defending that ecosystem is our responsibility. In which way is artificial intelligence dangerous? I'm not some paranoid idiot imagining Skynet taking over the world, alright? That's science fiction. But what we're talking about here is an artificial intelligence without any of the attachment we have to the natural world. It is not capable of distinguishing between, say, an ore and a tree. Everything's just resources to it. People like Zarabai or Drennan talk about ethics and philosophy, but they all embrace the same extractivist ethos that has brought us to the brink of disaster. Their intelligent being would try to optimize the world in its image, and in so doing, consume it. But so far, they're saying it's all theoretical. The atom bomb was theoretical at first, too. Once something is there, someone's going to use it. Why couldn't they imagine that we might care about the world? I don't know, maybe because they were too used to no one else caring. So, this hex code says... A fool sees not the same tree that a wise man sees. Founding 5. Day 200. Construction on our new home is coming along nicely. We finished 2 new buildings last week, and this week we started on our new lodgings. Athena and Cornelius have plans to erect a tower in the middle of the settlement, which will serve as our administrative center and main heliport, but right now that's still a long way off. Decades at the least. It's hard to imagine that one day we'll be able to erect structures like that there will be enough of us to need that much space, but then I look at the dam and I remind myself, our ancestors built that with their short lifespans and soft flesh and bone bodies. And then I think that there's really no limit to what we can achieve, given enough time, patience, and the capacity to dream. Trevor! Let's see what Trevor has to say.
Strap in, this is a long one. You may have heard the story of the carpenter who died to redeem humanity's sins. It's a powerful story, bittersweet, very human, and I just want to tell you that it's true. He was a real person, and his name was John. John Carpenter.
Oh.
He was born in the year 1948, and he was the coolest filmmaker to ever walk the earth.
Still alive.
From Halloween to The Thing to They Live, the totally underrated In the Mouth of Madness, mind
Which
you.
we will watch
He
at
just
one
made
movie night.
Classic after classic. All of his movies, really fun, really atmospheric, but also really smart. Even when they were goofy, most directors would kill to have made just one of those movies. And what did he get for it? A big, fat truckload of nothing. Well, less than nothing. The studios, the critics, even the fans, they hated him. The Thing, okay, for example, which is about as perfect a movie as you can make, completely torn to shreds. And his career never really recovered. Every movie after that was a struggle, and after a while, he just got tired of it and quit. He only really came back to movies in his 70s. How many works of genius did we never get because of that? Look, I have a point here. People like Carpenter, people like Alex, they're not always appreciated in their own time. If you just do what's popular, you might never create anything important. Of course, we admire people who did the right thing, who didn't conform, but we only ever admire them after the fact. What matters is to support people when it's difficult.
Let's get a point. And to answer your question, Gabriel, yes, it got resolved. Everything's hunky-dory. As it should be. Hunky-dory as they can be. This is number of hair, yes. We need to go behind the number of hair. Was this the last one that I did already? Because it is behind 4. Wait a minute, they're not... There. It's 1. 3 to... 1 down, 2 to go. Yeah, this is the one that I did. Yep. Actually, missed out a human artifact. That's supposed to be right next to Prometheus's statue here. So I think I'm going the right way. Yep. Yep. Don't go too deep into the water. It's not good for us. We're not as indestructible as we were in the simulation. Here, the water actually kills us. An ancient anchor used by seagoing vessels. An early human invention designed to keep boats from drifting by making use of gravity. Anchors also carried many symbolic associations. And also the early ones were made out of wood, according to a little girl in a pirate game. Well, we were warned at the beginning that don't go too deep into water, that the systems don't handle water well. Apparently, they never made our bodies water resistant. So, yeah, going too deep into the water, we short circuit. That's one flame. wonder what the animal it is that keeps making that noise. Yeah, this is number 3. And yet it moves. A fascinating story I discovered in the archive concerns a great scientist by the name of Galileo. This remarkable man made huge contributions to the early development of science, but was best remembered for becoming embroiled in a controversy with the church that ended with accusations of heresy, a trial, and him being placed under house arrest for the rest of his life. The cause of the controversy? He argued that the earth revolved around the sun. A view we would describe as self-evident, and which the Inquisition described as foolish and absurd in philosophy and formally heretical. Story became emblematic for how society often punishes those who try to push our understanding of the world forward in modern day. There's a legend that at the end of his trial, he muttered, "And yet it moves." A beautiful idea, but untrue, because defying society is hard. It comes at a high cost, and not everyone is capable of bearing it. What would you have done in his place? What would I? I think I would have tried to stand up for the truth. It's harder than it sounds. Fighting an authority like Elohim is one thing, but when even your friends and allies may renounce you for holding an unacceptable opinion, it takes enormous willpower to continue. But if nobody does it, society gets stuck. And yet it moves. The hexadecimal code means... Bleh. Always be ready to speak your mind, and a base man will avoid you. Puzzled. The role of puzzles in the simulation was so important to the creation of our civilization that it has left an indelible imprint. But sometimes I worry that this is an issue. Alexander Drennan thought of human beings as problem solvers, but the real world isn't anything like the simulation. Yes, there are problems to solve, but there isn't a tetromino waiting to reward you. There's just another problem, and another, and another. Our veneration of the puzzle may be blinding us to the fact that sometimes there isn't a neat solution, that sometimes life is just a slog, and the best you can do is muddle through. From Aurora to Athena. Dear Athena, have you really left us for good without even saying goodbye? I know we haven't spoken much lately, but isn't that just part of the slow and relaxed lives we now lead? After all those centuries of struggle trying to build New Jerusalem, I thought we deserved a rest. And if that disappointed you, why didn't you say so? I know you disapprove of all those silly titles they give us now, but we really were your first companions. We know what it was like. I was there when Yemo died. I remember the horror of realizing there was no way of bringing him back. The impossible finality of it, and then the determination to make it make sense, to have it be part of a story that leads to a better world. I never abandoned that, Athena. I just thought that maybe I could spend some time on the things that make life worth living too. Maybe I lost track. Maybe I failed you. I don't know, because you didn't tell me. Just imagine Athena reading all of these messages that people have left her. How much... I mean, there's so much negativity in there from a lot of people. Just how much it affects Athena. Can't even imagine, actually, how much all this would affect her.
Yes?
In my vision, Athena mentioned a singularity.
Yes. She could be talking about a gravitational singularity. Like the point within a black hole where density becomes infinite and space-time breaks down. But the term has other applications too.
That sounds insanely dangerous to be experimenting with. Fascinating. They must have been doing some incredibly advanced experiments. I assume there are safe ways of experimenting with this. Fascinating. They must have been doing some incredibly advanced experiments.
You're right. It is fascinating. You know, our ancestors went to incredible lengths to try and understand reality. They built super colliders and sent telescopes into space to find traces of the Big Bang. I guess the founder was walking in their footsteps.
I should get back to work. Number 2. Sphinx. Straton, my friend.
To us who have only just begun this journey of philosophy, the world may seem like a mystery that can never be solved. A great deal has been written since the days of the Seven Sages, but how much of it is truth and how much of it is idle speculation? I've offended many by saying that most philosophy will, as the centuries pass, be discarded as foolishness and superstition. But it is a truth only philosophers fail to see. And yet we cannot abandon reason and conclude that we cannot know anything. Rather, we must accept that the journey towards understanding will be long, and our task is to build a foundation for those who will one day arrive at its destination.
Cool story, bro. Nah. The other lost puzzle. Let's see what we got here. Lateral inhibition. Okay. Yeah, this one took me a long while. As soon as I turn that on, it opens opens the gate, but also turns on that. So, yeah, I also need to get one of these in here so I can open the next gate, because this will only open this one. So somehow I needed to use this fan to my advantage. If only I could remember how. can't then grab the fan. So I need to use that to my advantage. And Data was waterproof. These guys aren't. That's what we were talking about, Chris. That these futuristic human robots, they're not even waterproof. And you would have thought that in thousands of years they would have upgraded themselves to be waterproof. But no, apparently their components are sensitive to water. Well, it's free stuff, Mocats. Of course people will go for it. No matter what it is, it's free. Gotta grab it. How do I use a fan to my advantage? I mean, even if I use the fan somehow, there's no way I can get in here. I mean, even if you blow something down this way, it won't connect to the red. So, how do I... It doesn't take a long time. How the fuck do you do this? I can't remember. I don't remember at all how to do this one. I might be confusing it to some other puzzle that is similar, where you use the wind, the fan, to your advantage. But I can't use it here because I cannot get things to connect to the red even if I put them here. Yeah, I'm thinking of another puzzle. Yeah, just remembered it. So how do I do this? If I connect those, it'll constantly blow, which is a bad thing. But I need the red to be lit up so I can get that open there, and it would be best if this is connected to that and that from here. Get it. Tähtää punaiseen, jätä tohon tööttää ton sinisen siihen reijäs läpi. Niin, mutta sitten on se ongelma, että siellä on toi paneeli, mikä pitää painaa pohjaan, että mä saan ton seuraavan irti. Se pitää vielä avata. Ja mulla ei oo kahta esinettä sinne saada. Koska jos mä pistän tällä tohon kiinni, niin heti kun mä nostan tän, tää menee kiinni. Siinä on se ongelma. Miten mä saan tän yhdistetty tohon ja tohon, että mä pääsen tästä ohi. Pääsen tästä läpi ja mä saan tonne perkele tarvikkeen tohon noin. Fuck. Let me in! No way I can run. Nowhere to run. Nowhere to hide. I'm an idiot. I am a stupid moron. I can do this. There, now it's red. Now the question is, how do I use this to my advantage? I mean, I can take this here. But how do I do this then? Houston, we have a new problem. Can I actually use that somehow to my advantage? There's gotta be a way to use that trick to cut off from that side. But how? Might be onto something with this blocking the beam. Maybe. If I can somehow block the beam when it's connected to these, so I can be on the other side when I pick up the item, it will release the beams, and that will turn on, and I will have the item to carry. But it would require that I do it like this. Let's see. Will this work? Maybe it's as simple as that. Yep. That's it. As simple as that. Whee! Yet again, one of those moments that I should think simple instead of thimble. Another human artifact, ahoy! What artifact do we get this time? A hovercraft? No, wait, that's a satellite. Part of an ancient communications network. A shattered section of a device used by the ancients to communicate over vast distances. At the height of ancient human civilization, most of the human species was part of a single network. It's a satellite dish, yeah. And also the next flame and fire is over here. And this is a nuisance to get. I remember it took me a little while to get this one last time. Because it's a lot of parkouring. Yep. 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 And yep. Huh, first try. Last time I tried this, it took me like 6 or 7 tries. Now we just need to get the Sphinx open. Get the star. And for that, I actually need to go build the bridge. Tisk, tisk, tisk. 1 out of 10 game. They layered the foliage wrong. It's hovering in the air. Bad game. Awful. Disgusting. Horrible. Can't even put things on a proper layer. Amateurs.
How a fucking piece of dog shit. This game is diarrhea coming out of my dick.
I mean, that's the most disgusting description he's ever given to a game, and that's the Turtles NES game, I think. That's where I got it from. I mean, that's why he says Cowabunga fucking dog shit, because it's the Turtles. Diarrhea coming out of my dick, like... I see the problem with this. Oh, hello. Stan Miranda? I think this is Athena. That's the Talos Principle I model.
Sometimes it seems the only choices we have are renouncing civilization or mindless expansion. But that's not the only path forward. Embracing deliberate control over nature doesn't have to mean destruction. We are a species of artists and artisans. blessed with the ability to transform the raw material of the cosmos into new and better shapes. Shapes that have meaning. With our technology, we can take this chaotic world, so full of suffering, and turn it into a work of art.
To a work of art. But yeah, those are tetraminal pieces, so it's kind of like Tetris, but we just put the pieces together to make a bridge. I mean, tetraminals were a big thing in the first game, and still here they are a thing. Bam! Easter egg hunt time.
None may know what came first, error or sin, and yet every choice depends on it.
No, the question is chicken or egg. Doesn't even know the freaking mysteries. Puzzle number 5. That is from the Sphinx. That's a start. Number 5 is to the west. Southwest. Why did the chicken cross the road? That's another conundrum. Oops. Is it because it goes south, not north? Hey, I could. Yep. Does that belong in a museum or on the battlefield? Called AAA, Alien Artifact Acquisition. Do not attempt to recover alien artifacts yourself. Leave it to the professionals. Earth Defense Force. How many references can they put into one freaking thing? Unless this is something else. Alien artifact acquisition is the task force that Sam Stone works for in the Serious Sam games. Ah! It's another Serious Sam. But I do have to say that that is cramped up with the references by itself. Does that belong in a museum? Indiana Jones. Battlefield? Well, Battlefield. Triple A. And also, do not attempt to recover alien artifacts yourself. Leave it to the professionals. The alien artifact acquisition is almost like Zack McRacken. And then, of course, EDF. So many references in one poster from Serious Sam. But then again, it has been said that Serious Sam itself is filled with references to a lot of stuff. And I don't think I will survive this. Yep. Gonna have to sacrifice myself for the greater good. See? This is what happens when you fall deep into the water. Reset.
Party power activated.
Sleep well, DG. You have fun too. Have fun dreams. And welcome back, Goblin. Fum Romanian smoke. I mean, have some smoky dreams. I don't know. Next Easter egg. Whee! Oh shit! Made it! I knew that would happen. That I would make it. Ah, fuck. Should have known that I need to run. Oh boy. It's gonna be one of those Easter eggs. Parkouring. I mean, the previous one was parkouring already. No! Son of a bitch! It's those pointy whatever fuckeries that punt you away. I think it's just gonna take a few tries, isn't it? All for an Easter egg. Don't you just love those? I have to work so hard for a fucking Easter egg that I bet it's not even gonna be funny. Great. I gotta jump a corner. Oh, you get a... Football Glory 4, Planet Nogometa. Okay, that was worth it. 95%. And apparently, well, it's Crow Team, but apparently this was also from Devolver. Self-references are always great, especially this kind. Note to self, find Football Glory. Apparently it was, I guess? I mean, it was their first big hit, at least that's what I've heard. I just don't know it myself, so I better find the game. Yeah, it is a definitely sensible soccer style. But I'm not even sure if it was a big hit in any way. Because it is, when you look at the screenshots, it's just like sensible soccer. I wonder, was it on the Amiga? Actually, Moby Games. Moby Games will help me. Football Glory. From 1994. .4 Moby score. So it's an okay game. It is on the Amiga and DOS. Alright. I mean, the characters in the game looks just like Sensible Soccer. So they definitely took inspiration even for the graphics. But the menu is totally different. I also like it that it's in one of the screenshots. It's also in German. Fußball total. Let's see, what does Abandonware say about this? Football Glory. Football Glory. A lot of people have voted for this on Abandonware. 4.4. What about Lemon Amiga? Football Glory, an AGA game. Well, it's 94. 6.8. So it's okay. Better than good. It bears huge resemblance to Sensible Soccer, but according to the authors, it's purely coincidental. It is really hard to believe it, but nonetheless, the game has very few nice touches that do not exist in Sensible Soccer. So it is different. I wonder if the gameplay is a little bit different. At least these guys are proud of their first game. Somebody has reviewed a copy of Swaz, which is Sensible World of Soccer, but with a dose of humor. And somebody says, way better than Sensible Soccer. Well, I'll have to try this on Sunday. I mean, why not? Let's make Sunday a football Sunday. We'll play some football games. Start with the Football Glory. Football Glory was one of Crow Team's earliest games. In our world, it did not get 3 sequels. And look at that, Byron got fixed. Doesn't want to constantly talk to me anymore. Ah! Snowman! Again! How you doing? Having a nice time? What's the view like? Wanted me to cut down the tree so you can see the ice mountains better? I mean, this is the view that they're missing because of a tree. Look at that view. Gorgeous. You guys are missing out. Is this the field of view lost puzzle? Because if this is, then we are on the right track. This is ladder inhibition, so it's the other one all the way down to south. Then we must go all the way to south. That's just the way it is. Diddly, diddly, diddly. Some things will never change. Diddly, diddly, diddly. What do you guys think of the soundtrack? I mean, even before I started playing the game, I always said that the soundtrack is just fantastic in the game. And I still say it. It's fantastic. There's only one game with relaxing music that I'm very much sick of, and I'm sure many agree with me. Minecraft. I mean, eventually even I got sick of the music in Minecraft. Ah! Another hatchet. In a tree. It's a lot of piano music. I mean, it is slow, atmospheric, very relaxing. But once you've heard it for the thousands of hours that you've played the game, you get sick of it. It's like, come on, I need something more. Something more. just war. And then I turn on my playlist and play all kinds of cool music. I was thinking of buying a Switch, but I've got a feeling Nintendo are going to release an updated version of it. They've been saying that they are going to release a Switch 2. Don't know when, but the Switch 2 is on the plans. Alcatraz.
Okay.
The founder talked about transforming the world into a work of art.
Assuming what we heard really is the founder, I think the world is already a work of art. We don't need to improve it.
That's all. I mean, you're right. But what if we can actually make it a little bit better? Think about that. I mean, the world is not perfect, will never be perfect, but we can improve it. I'd say it's worth to buy it at the moment. If they do release a new version, it will probably be compatible with the Switch games. I'm just assuming, though. I would imagine that they wouldn't change much of the hardware. I mean, mostly Switch games are, you know, digital. Anyway, I mean, they have their own shop there, and you buy the games from there, and easy to you know make compatible. People these days don't buy those physical copies anymore, so. But I would imagine if you had physical copies, they would be the same cartridges. Yes, more jumping. Just like on the other side. Now we're on the other side to do the same fucking thing as before. What? Oh. It's a photo mode thing. So from here, we do this, that, and then go search. Yeah, it's probably gonna go be another meow 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 face. Hooray, my favorite. I can't even see it from here. There it is. Behind the tower is another one of these. Whoever thought about these being good Easter eggs? It should be fired. This is just dumb. Now, all of these are just in photo mode and they're a waste of time. They're not even exciting. And having to jump all over the place just to get to fucking see it? If in the next area they have this kind of a meow meow face again, I'm not even gonna bother to look for it. Because fuck that shit. I can only wonder, did these people really spend hours upon hours just on photo mode to find all these? If they did, well, commendable, but not really wise. I mean, those are the worst kind of Easter eggs, if you ask me. Hide them in some places where you can barely reach them and you need to do some stupid jumping in order to get to the spot where you can see them. I mean, the Lambda Easter egg at the beginning of the game was fine. But the same stupid cat face everywhere is just stupid. It's boring. Gotta give us... it would be much more interesting if it was a different face every time. That would be good. Well, Oddheader knows how to do it, yes. And he has also help from the Out of Bounds dude. Can't remember his name. Now this is classical music. Chopin, if I remember correctly. Zelda would know. That was fun. A holographic piano. I only see piano tab as text pop-up box. How do you like TP2 compared to the first one? This is so much better. I mean, Talos Principle 1 is a great game, but this is just so much better. They really expanded. 7TV emote, probably. Ah, no wonder it doesn't show. I don't have a 7TV, you know, attached to my Twitch. In any capacity. In the BTTV settings or anything. So, it's completely turned off. So no wonder it doesn't show 7TV emotes. I mean, of course, I could turn them on. Nintendo Switch will be 8 soon. For how long do they want to hang on to the old Switch? As long as it takes. It's Nintendo. Of course they're gonna hang on to stuff for way too long. As long as it keeps making them tons of money. Exactly. I mean, the Switch is still popular. There's a tons of games being made or ported to it. Of course it's gonna keep on making money. So why make a new one when the current one is still so good? Says the guy who hasn't touched their Switch for months. Wii U was a massive flop, but a very cool console. I never had a Wii U. I only had the Wii. And then I got the Switch. Wii U didn't do well, so that's why there was only a 5-year gap between it and the Switch. Yep. A release way back way. It sold more than they expected by far, and as I've heard, sales have slowed down very little. I mean, Switch is still very, very popular. I mean, with the added bonus, if you dare to pay for their monthly cost of their online stuff, you get the NES, Super Nintendo, and Sega emulators. I mean, they have a Mega Drive Genesis emulator as well. The only problem is that the monthly fee to play those free emulators that you get for, you know, emulators that you have to pay on the Switch but get free anywhere else, costs you a lot of money. I think it's like $20 per month or something like that. Or maybe it was a yearly pay. Maybe it wasn't $20 a month, but like $25 a year. Still, it's quite a lot of money for some people. Only had Wii U after 3DS, etc. or at the same time. Hey, Unibiddles. I do have a 3D. I have a 2D XL. Not a 3DS, but a 2D XL. Haven't even touched that one in a long time. Pandora?
Creature of clay.
Yeah, shut up.
You have taken another step towards the flame.
So what?
Before you continue, ask yourself, have the gifts of Prometheus ever truly benefited your people? Or have they brought nothing but strife?
Without gifts, we would no longer even exist. His gifts have greatly eased the suffering of the world. We have made the mistakes in using them, but the good outweighs the bad. They have caused great harm, but they cannot be put back into the box. They have been a curse to my people. Lady, I'm a robot!
Prometheus has poisoned your mind. Turn away from the flame, or you will be bound, as he was.
Had nothing else to say to me, apparently, when I told her that I'm a robot. Not a human.
I've been thinking, there's 3 towers per cardinal direction and 3 entities. You'd think it would be symmetrically arranged. 1 tower per entity, right? But we haven't seen Prometheus at all.
We're built to find patterns. Maybe we're trying to find patterns where there aren't any.
Or how about the story of Prometheus, that he's chained? Like Pandora did lock him up and he's now chained. Read up on your mythology, people. The only thing we can wonder if Prometheus being chained is also pecked by a hawk constantly. I think it ate his liver or something, but every day it would regenerate back. And the cycle would continue. It's quite a horrifying story when you think about it. Lost Marshes. The northeastern marshes of the island have mostly been lost to the sea, with the exception of the small patch of land. Alright, let's travel.
This area looks flooded as well.
Our ancestors melted a whole lot of ice. After they died, most coastal settlements were claimed by the sea. South of New Jerusalem, there's a whole city under the water. We went there once with Garrus, when I was an apprentice. It was eerie.
That's exactly why the founder created the goal. When you go past the limits, this is what happens. Mother Nature always gets her revenge in the end.
This isn't revenge, Al. It's just failure. People, cities, mountains. As far as the sea is concerned, it's all the same. Their mistake was forgetting that, telling themselves nothing would change. It always does.
Always does.